Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity's surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Ludmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Ludmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Ludmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Ludmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Ludmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Ekaterina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life. As Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years, alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, but in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Victor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Victor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due of their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Victor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Victor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on, which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request, and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime in the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. Flávia Godinho lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flavia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flavia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flavia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Chistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalba sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Chistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and coworkers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. the school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations, about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online, after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zolmia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zolmia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Flavia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold, and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino, a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalva's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalva had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalva, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalva had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalva were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalva to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Shistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A worrying call was made to Spanish police in May 2023 from a peaceful Malaga suburb. They found a young woman's body with several stab wounds in one of the units. Hours after leaving the area, the suspect was caught at a nearby cafe. But this catastrophe was just the start of a chain of events that brought detectives to an unresolved case from 9 years earlier. Even the most seasoned forensic specialists were taken aback by what they discovered beyond the wall of another flat. Sibora Gagani and her lover Marco resided in Spain's Laurel area, close to Torremolinos beaches, in 2011. Their existence appeared stable on the surface. Marco was a chef and Sibora was a waitress at a nearby restaurant. Sibora frequently called her mother Elisabetta to reassure her that everything was good at their tiny rental home. But beneath this seeming consistency were significant issues that were more apparent every month. Elisabetta felt the strained atmosphere in the home right away when she traveled to Spain to see her daughter. Even in her presence, Sibora and Marco began to argue. Elisabetta witnessed her daughter's attempt to rationalize Marco's outbursts of anxiety and jealousy by attributing them to transient problems. But Elisabetta was certain that the issues extended well beyond daily hardships. It was difficult to accept that Sibora had been someone entirely different just 2 years prior. born in Tirana, Albania, on September 14, 1991. She has a reputation for being vivacious and upbeat from an early age. Following the split of her parents, Elisabetta, her mother, relocated to Italy with her kids, establishing a new life in Rome. People around Sabora took to her right away. Because of her enthusiasm and amiability, her classmates dubbed her Sibby. Sabora wanted to help her family even though she was struggling financially. She began working as a waitress in a nearby cafe at an early age, yet she never lost up on her goals. Her slender build, inherent beauty, and victory in a local beauty pageant gave her access to modeling prospects. Despite this, Sabora's greatest ambition was to become a teacher, because she truly enjoyed working with kids. When Sabora turned 18, things started to shift. She met 31-year-old Marco at a cafe, and she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charm. She didn't know anything about him at the time. He had a sister, was divorced, and appeared to be looking to move on with his life. But there was a tangled past hidden behind this facade. Marco had already drawn the notice of the authorities on several times due to his aggressive demeanor and issues with controlled narcotics. Captivated by his charm, Sabora decided to ignore these red flags. After a year of dating, Marco proposed that Sabora and he go to Spain, saying that the country offered better employment prospects than Italy. Sabora persisted that she thought this relocation would usher in a new era when she and Marco could create a happy life together, despite Elisabetta's attempts to encourage her daughter to stop questioning Marco's motives. Spain initially appeared to be a promising country. Marco secured a job as a pizza cook, while Sabora soon secured employment as a waitress. Sabora seemed upbeat as she told her mother about her plans after they rented a comfortable house. Their stability did not last long, though. Marco blamed his bosses for his failures and started losing jobs one after another. He became increasingly irritable and jealous, and his violent outbursts turned from small altercations into major confrontations. Elisabetta was taken aback by what she discovered when she went to Spain to check on her daughter. Once vivacious and self-assured, Sabora now seems reserved and quiet. Marco made no effort to conceal his annoyance in Elisabetta's presence. Their confrontations became more heated, but Sabora persisted in standing up for Marco, telling her mother that things will get better. Those close to Sabora were perplexed as to why she chose to ignore these warning signs. Maybe she looked to Marco for the stability and support she had not experienced during her formative years. After relocating from Albania to Italy, her family had experienced hardship. Elisabetta put in a lot of effort to give her kids a better life, but Sabora had to take on responsibilities at a young age. She may have tried to fill that gap with her connection with Marco, but it just made things worse. For Sabora, life in Spain was getting more and more difficult. Her childhood dreams slowly turned into far-off recollections. Sabora Gargiani abruptly vanished in July 2014, leaving her family in distress. Her last known communication was a July 7 text message to her ex-partner Marco. Her social media accounts became silent, and she shut off her phone. This was not how she usually behaved. Before that, Sabora had told her mother that she felt free, had finally moved into a new apartment, and had broken up with Marco. According to her, it felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But everyone was startled by her abrupt quiet. The situation became even more bizarre when Marco showed up to Elisabetta's house in Italy out of the blue. He made an effort to come across as a man who was deeply troubled by what had transpired and remorseful. He told Elisabetta over coffee that he didn't know where Sabora might have gone. Marco claims that just before she disappeared, they had a disagreement and she left all of her possessions behind. Marco later claimed that Sabora had been spotted leaving with 2 luggage by a security guard at their apartment building. Concerns and suspicions were only increased by these contradictory remarks. Elisabetta remembered that Sabora had announced her intention to permanently break up with him only a month before. She had left Marco's apartment and was reconstructing her life after 3 years of attempting to save it. She made an effort to keep her distance from him throughout that time, but it didn't appear to have much of an impact on his interest in her life. Marco kept getting involved, displaying a disturbing tenacity. He abruptly called Elisabetta at the beginning of July to inquire as to whether Sabora had returned to Italy. Elisabetta found the question strange, especially considering how recently they had broken up. In 2013, Sabora had tried several times to break off contact with Marco, She even went back to her mother's house in Italy, intending to abandon everything. She acknowledged at the time that she didn't see their relationship going forward, but Marco wouldn't let it go. Presenting himself at their Italian home, he begged Sabora to change. He even asked her to marry him. Sabora fell into his promises because she was exhausted from the never-ending battle, but the cycle quickly started up again. Her sense of calm was once more destroyed by aggressive conduct, jealousy, and control. She once told her mother that she might have to entirely vanish if she ever made the decision to leave Marco permanently, because she thought he wouldn't leave her alone. Sabora visited Italy often in the months that followed, most likely due to the expiration of her Spanish residency permit. According to some stories, she traveled with a fake Italian ID. Elisabetta saw that her daughter was becoming more and more afraid. Although Sabora seldom ever talked about it, she merely stated that she was trying to find a way out of her challenging circumstance. Sabora attempted to start over by moving into a new apartment by June 2014. She informed her mother that she had no plans to visit Marco again. She briefly appeared to be free again, but worries about her safety persisted after Marco said she had departed and left all of her possessions behind. Her family saw right away that something was amiss. Sabora would never have cut off communication with her mother, and brothers in particular. The family could only wait and hope that Sabora had really chosen to go into hiding in order to avoid Marco's control, but her contradictory statements and total lack of communication only made matters worse. Despite the efforts of Sabora Gagani's family and law enforcement, the inquiry into her abduction had not advanced much by 2015. Her mother, Elisabetta, had been the impetus behind formally reporting the incident to the police. Since Marco Zaboris was the last person to have seen her before she disappeared, she continued to believe that he was somehow connected to the incident. His actions during the probe, however, only served to heighten suspicions. Marco repeated his version of events while being questioned. After an altercation, he said Sabora had fled their house with only a few items. It was odd, though, since a lot of her personal belongings, such as clothes and identification papers, were still in the flat. Marco never called the police to report her missing, despite his claims. Rather, he claimed to have printed and distributed leaflets across their area in an attempt to find Sabora on his own. Additionally, he presented contradictory speculations regarding her location, at one time speculating that she may have visited Argentina or that she had been spotted with an unidentified male with whom she allegedly had an altercation. These claims lacked coherence and empirical backing. Because she didn't trust Marco, Elisabetta started looking for her daughter on her own. She contacted the media as well as a specialized group that assists in raising awareness of missing person instances. News outlets in Spain and Italy started to publish images of Sabora and appeals for help. No fresh leads were found, in spite of these attempts. Marco seemed to have a fairly normal life while Sabora's family persisted in their quest for answers. In an apparent attempt to avoid drawing attention to himself, he modified his look by shaving his head and growing a beard. He started 2 new relationships during this period, but both terminated with the ladies complaining about his violent conduct. Nevertheless, Marco continued to live in Spain, regularly going to the gym and joining a shooting club, which worried many who knew about his past. The family of Sabora persisted. Elisabetta begged the police to step up their inquiry on several occasions. Law enforcement started going through the case files in the interim, looking for any information that might have been missed. They examined Marco's allegations, which had seemed contradictory from the start. He claimed that Sabora had walked out with nothing, but he also claimed that she had departed with suitcases. There were also inquiries as to why he had not called the police right away after she vanished. The public's interest in Sabora's case gradually waned. Despite the tenacious efforts of her family still residing in Spain, Marco managed to adapt to life after her disappearance. To his neighbors, he seemed like a gregarious person who was interested in socializing and staying active. His reputation was still questioned, nevertheless, given his previous relationship with Sabora and the grievances from new partners. The investigation came to a halt as Sabora's family held out hope for any updates. With the help of worldwide missing persons databases, authorities increased their efforts, but to no avail. The uncertainty surrounding Sabora's fate continued to be an intolerable agony for those closest to her. Marco seemed to have changed his ways by 2023. On the surface, he was living with Paula, his new girlfriend, and the two of them had a child. But beyond the surface of this ostensibly new beginning were the same problems that had beset Marco for years. His and Paula's relationship was everything but steady. She told her closest friends and co-workers that Marco had physically abused her. Marco, however, found it difficult to maintain a reliable employment, which made their financial difficulties even worse. Marco and Paula were offered positions by Victor Molina, the restaurant owner, whom Marco had met while working at a pizzeria. In an effort to alleviate the couple's financial strain, Victor also rented them a modest flat. Paula gained respect and trust at work more rapidly than Marco did. In addition to being Paula's employers, Victor and his sister Victoria, who also worked at the restaurant, also provided her with emotional support. Victoria became more aware of Paula and Marco's relationship problems over time. Following a specific event, she started advising Paula to call the police. Victoria claims that Marco was unhelpful at home in addition to being combative at work. Victoria reached a breaking point after an incident at the restaurant. It was discovered that the staff restroom door was smashed. Paula informed Victoria that Marco had broken it, claiming that she had used the area to meet with colleagues. Victor then moved Marco to a new location while maintaining strict monitoring over him. Paula tried hard to keep her life looking regular, but she was unable to conceal the difficulties she was facing. She opened out more as her confidence in Victoria grew. Paula disclosed that the only reason she was remaining with Marco was to reclaim custody of her children, who had been taken away from her when police found illegal drugs in their home. Marco owned the drugs, but the whole family had to deal with the fallout. Paula's main objective was to save enough money to leave Marco and fight for custody back, because this was a very personal tragedy for her. Marco's circumstances, however, kept becoming worse. He often grumbled to Victor about his financial difficulties, saying he worked just to support his family. However, his demeanor and actions conveyed a different message. Victor questioned if it was worth the trouble to retain him on staff because of his aggressive behavior and lack of interpersonal skills. Victoria, who was aware of how serious Paula's circumstances were, persisted in urging her to stop putting up with the abuse. Paula, however, refrained from engaging in any combative behavior out of concern for her safety. She acknowledged to Victoria that she had once been kicked and hit 4 times by Marco, but she played down the severity of the incident for Victor and Victoria. This was unmistakable proof that Paula's condition needed immediate attention. Paula spent her day off on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, feeling upbeat and eager to relax. She told her coworkers that she planned to have a productive and restful evening. Victoria, Paula's co-worker and close friend, was curious about her evening on May 17, the next day. However, at roughly 11:30 a.m. that morning, the day took a gloomy and unexpected turn. Although Paula and Marco frequently argued, the shouting that came from their apartment this time sounded much more furious. Paula's voice was clearly calling for assistance. Victor, Paula's employer and landlord, who happened to be nearby, could hear the disturbance so loudly that they were obviously worried. He and another restaurant staff hurried toward the residence. The 2 men arrived at the door and started yelling and knocking in an attempt to figure out what was going on. They heard mild sobbing coming from inside, but it quickly stopped. Marco opened the door a few moments later, his calm manner reassuring them that everything was well and that Paula had just gone to bed to sleep. But Victor felt really uneasy because Paula's voice was no longer audible. Recent occurrences added to the situation's alarming nature. Victor had dismissed Marco from the restaurant a few days prior after a string of concerning events, including the mysterious disappearance of a kitchen knife. Victor wanted to prevent more issues because he had become more and more suspicious of Marco. Marco was now at the epicenter of another worrying incident. While the other employee phoned the police, Victor went to get an extra key to the apartment. Marco acted unexpectedly and without explanation, but he seemed to be aware that the situation was getting worse. He walked out of the building and out of the flat. The flat was locked when the police got there. The mystery grew by the fact that everything inside looked as if the occupants had just departed. Victor, meanwhile, came back with the extra key and went inside the flat. They found Paula's body lying on the floor with several stab wounds. To ascertain what had transpired inside one of the apartments, it was clear that she had died a few hours before, and her clothing was covered with blood. Marco had already left when the police guarded the area, called in forensic experts to gather evidence, and began searching for him. While detectives searched for the culprit, Paula's body was sent for an autopsy to determine the precise cause of death. A few hours later, Marco was found in a nearby cafe, sitting peacefully at a table. During his arrest, he acted as if nothing had happened and did not resist. Marco showed up in court on May 20, 2023, 3 days after Paula's untimely death. He was accused of engaging in gender-based hostility as a felony with aggravating circumstances. A mental assessment and controlled substance testing were also mandated by the court. Marco was held during the hearing after being refused bail. Marco merely spoke in response to his lawyer's questioning, exercising his right to silence. Sibora Gagani, whose disappearance he had earlier hinted to, was not mentioned. But on May 17, the day of Paula's passing, Sibora's name returned to the public front a few days following his detention. During his interrogation at the station, Marco revealed something surprising. He said he killed Sibora Gagani during a 2014 argument and hid her body in the apartment they shared. Marco even volunteered to show investigators where her remains were found. Despite his admission, authorities decided to put Paula's death investigation first and postponed for a while checking Marco's claims regarding Sibora. Elisabetta, Sibora's mother, was devastated to learn of Marco's imprisonment and his revelation about her daughter. She had been fighting to restart the case for 9 years because she thought Marco was connected to Sibora's disappearance. After Marco's confession, Sibora Gagani's case was formally reopened and investigators set out to confirm his allegations. By early June 2023, they had inspected the flat where the pair had resided in 2014. The layout of the building where Sibora and Marco had previously lived was thoroughly examined by Spanish investigators working on her case. An extensive examination of the apartment turned up nothing noteworthy. Nevertheless, differences between the apartment's designs and actual layout were discovered. After making this discovery, the investigators turned their focus to a nearby apartment on the same level that had a nearly comparable design. One specific detail caught my attention. In the apartment under inquiry, there was a sizable area that, according on the design drawings, should have been a bedroom but wasn't there. On June 6, investigators gained authorization to enter the adjacent flat and breached the wall behind it. They found a big wooden box with lime in it. Police discovered the first piece of evidence, a plastic bag with personal belongings thought to be Sibora's, and a knife smeared with dried blood inside the box. One among the things was a bunch of withered flowers resting on top of a few garbage bags. A camping sleeping bag containing human remains was found inside one of the bags. To ascertain the identity and cause of death, the remains were sent for forensic examination. Investigators found tattoos on the body that matched descriptions in Sibora Gagani's missing persons complaint. But Spanish authorities asked Sibora's relatives in Italy for DNA samples to definitively confirm the identity. To get a sample of Sibora's mother, Elisabetta's saliva, cops showed up at her house on June 10. The remains were identified as belonging to Sibora Gagani by the DNA results. New information regarding Marco's behavior surfaced during interrogations in Spain in the week after the discovery. He claimed to have tried to dispose of the body by using acid, but this claim was not supported by evidence. The reopening of Sibora's case was triggered by Marco's confessions after his arrest for Paula's death, and investigators observed that he constantly changed his testimonies. Authorities kept looking into the circumstances surrounding her death in the interim. The news that Sibora's remains had been confirmed was a crushing blow to Elisabetta. She had lost hope after 9 years of uncertainty, but she had never given up on finding out what had happened to her daughter. Her life had drastically changed over the years. Sibora's father never found out the truth about his daughter and had died of illness. The birth of her grandchild had been Elisabetta's only source of comfort. Elisabetta thought back on her years of campaigning, pleading with the police to reopen her daughter's case after the remains were formally identified. Although she had at last received answers as a result of her efforts, she also felt a feeling of bittersweet closure. The evidence retrieved from the location where Sibora's bones were discovered was still being examined by forensic specialists. Forensic testing was done on the knife found in the plastic bag in order to find any biological evidence that could connect it to Marco. In the meantime, Spanish detectives worked with their Italian counterparts to add to the Sibora missing case information. Despite the evidence in Marco's own admission of his role in Sibora's killing, including disclosing the location of her remains, The inquiry into Paula's death was still underway, and Marco was already the main suspect. Marco eventually withdrew his confession. Marco's lawyer contended that his remarks should not be used in court because they were made under duress. Nonetheless, investigators insisted that there were solid grounds for additional charges based on the evidence, which included Saboura's personal things that was discovered in the hidden box. Saboura Gajani's family was able to finally bury her in January 2024, a few months after her bones were found. Her remains were given back to her loved ones for burial once all forensic analyses were finished. Friends and family came together to say their final goodbyes at the service, which was held in Italy. In remembrance, balloons bearing sincere words that represented hope and goodbye were released into the sky. The continuous judicial processes against Marco, who was charged with Paula's death, received the majority of attention at the time. In a 17-page handwritten letter that he submitted during a hearing on January 30, 2024, Marco acknowledged his guilt for her death but made several disclaimers. According to him, the dispute started because of a series of discussions over his adultery and a debt of €50. Marco claims that the catastrophe occurred because he defended himself too fiercely during the confrontation, but when investigators saw that Paula's injuries were on her back, they seriously questioned his claim of self-defense. Marco acknowledged his guilt over Paula, but he would not elaborate on Saboura's situation. He did attest to the fact that he had covered her body with flowers, wrapped it in plastic, and put it in a wooden box, sealed it within a wall after layering it with lime. He tried to defend his actions by claiming that they were a response to his anxiety of the situation, but he denied any responsibility for her death. Marco presented a completely different story of Saboura's death during the trial, changing it abruptly. He said her death was caused by the Albanian mafia, with which he claimed to have been associated because of debts. Marco claims that he was unable to pay back the €25,000 he borrowed to start a brothel because the money was stolen. He claimed that 4 men showed up at his house, and one of them killed Saboura during a fight. Marco said that in order to prevent more repercussions, he was then compelled to dispose of her body while facing danger to his own life. Given that Marco had previously altered his claims several times during the investigation, this account of events caused serious skepticism among investigators. Marco's arrest in May 2023 following Paula's death was the first indication that he had lied to authorities. During the investigation, no proof was found to corroborate his allegations of mafia involvement. An examination revealed that Saboura had suffered many knife wounds, which, even in light of the state of her remains, amply demonstrated a violent crime. Years after Saboura was reported missing, her family was eventually able to get confirmation of her whereabouts. Although Saboura's father had died without ever finding out the truth, her mother Elisabetta disclosed that she had spent the previous 9 years holding out hope for answers. The trial for Paula's case was still going on by May 2024. In order to handle the counts of homicide and domestic violence, the court opted to hold a jury trial. Even though it had been reopened, Saboura Gagani's case had not yet gone to trial. More court proceedings were expected as investigators proceeded to examine Marco's assertions, particularly his suspicions of mafia participation. As seen by the experiences of Saboura Gagani and Paula, aggressive and manipulative relationships can have disastrous outcomes. The same individual betrayed Paula, who was trying to take back control of her life, and Saboura, who had hoped for a bright future. Their tragic outcomes serve as a sobering reminder of how critical it is to spot abusive conduct early and take action to stop future catastrophes. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. an emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Roischel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek, contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000 0 cents on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach, She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. You understand what I'm asking you to say? Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 a.m. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, The jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knežević. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly, but on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Ana Knežević was born around 1983 in Montenegro. Raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values, her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Ana stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Ana moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Ana met David Knežević in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Ana, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Ana and David Knežević's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Ana decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Ana settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Ana kept in close contact with her longtime friend S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Ana trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Ana was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Ana had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Ana and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Ana had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Ana said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Ana was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Ana's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back. Later, another message followed. After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beats Anna. The messages didn't feel right. She knew Anna well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Anna might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Anna's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Anna's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Anna. According to Anna's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, S.A. and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Anna had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Anna's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Anna. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Anna's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Anna Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Anna would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Anna was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Anna was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Anna had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Anna stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Anna's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Anna failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the outside, inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the fourth day after Anna Gzevich vanished, staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance, straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevovich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they travel together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day, but when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives lived. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sanna became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sanna recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Knezevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Knezevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Knezevich couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Knežević in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Knežević remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive, involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knežević, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knežević, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knežević was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We've all heard the heartbreaking tales of cheaters who somehow destroy their families over the years. The case from today will definitely go down in history. The crazy thing about this one is that it completely upended our preconceived notions about cheaters and murderers, and it took an incredible 13 years to unravel. At the heart of this bizarre tale is David Cam, a guy who was once thought to have killed his whole family. But did someone else pull the ropes, or was he the actual murderer? And who could have committed such a horrible deed if it wasn't him? I promise you that this is one of the most bizarre and astounding mysteries you will ever hear, and as always, we will dissect this case in detail. Kimberly and David Cam are shown here. The two met in the middle of the 1980s and grew up in the same city, New Albany, Indiana. By 1989, Kim had become David's second wife after they clicked. Everything appeared to be moving in the correct way. David applied for and was accepted into the Indiana State Police that same year, eventually serving as an officer in the emergency response unit. A few years later, in 1993, the couple had Bradley, a boy, as their first child. It was David's second child, as he already had a daughter from his prior marriage, but Kim's first. When David began an affair with Stephanie McCarty, a younger woman he met at the gym, in the summer of 1994, everything looked to be going well for the expanding Cam family. Kim was expecting their second child, so the timing of this treachery couldn't have been worse. Things immediately got out of hand. Kim was left to rely on her family for support after David left their house and moved in with his mistress. In spite of everything, her family, and David's, supported her and provided the assistance she required during such a trying period. On February 28, 1995, Kim gave birth to their daughter Jillian, and the entire family was there to support her. That is, everyone but David. However, the affair ended by March of that year, and David made an effort to make amends. Motivated by her love for her family and her responsibilities as a mother, Kim thought about giving him another try despite the grief. Unexpectedly, David returned, and both families supported Kim's decision to forgive him. Soon after, the couple started construction on a new house on Georgetown, Indiana's Lockhart Road, marking a new beginning for them. Because of the personal connection, they decided to make this place their home. In fact, the road was named after some of David's mother's side relatives, giving their house more background and meaning. Things appeared to get better for a time, and they appeared to be headed in the right direction. However, as the adage goes, a cheater is a cheater forever. Despite his reputation as a flirt, David did more than just flirt. He would locate ladies with whom he could have casual romances, frequently hooking up in his patrol car. In addition, David and 2 other state troopers were sued for allegedly punching a 19-year-old while making an arrest. In addition to his already dismal record, he was the target of countless other complaints. When he was demoted once more, his ego suffered, which only made his narcissistic tendencies worse. David, fed up with the disrespect, took a risk. After submitting his resignation, he accepted a sales position with his uncle's basement waterproofing company. The benefits became immediately apparent. He was able to spend more time with Kim and the children because of his new job's better hours, which he had not been able to do while working as a state trooper. He was no longer only an outsider in his own house. He was present and actively participating. Their lifestyles were made a little more luxurious by the fact that he was earning far more money than he ever did as a police officer. Everything appeared to be coming together for the family by the year 2000. While his younger sister, Jill, was only 5 years old and in kindergarten at Graceland Christian School, Bradley, now 7, was excelling in the 2nd grade. Kim appeared content as she thrived in her role as a senior accountant at Louisville's insurance group. Life appeared to be ideal from the outside. Even in this apparently contented household, there were still rumors that David might have cheated. Kim had even confided in her best friend about her concerns regarding the circulating reports. However, until one fateful evening in September, nothing ever came of all the rumors. David went about his daily business on Thursday, September 28, 2000, playing basketball at the local church recreation center with his friends. As usual, Kim supervised the children's activities and escorted them home. The night was much like any other, but the game took longer than David had anticipated. When he finished, he was anxious to get home because he thought Kim might be angry. He reached for his garage door remote and pulled into the driveway, knowing that their house was only a few minutes away. However, David was stopped in his tracks when he saw what was inside the garage when the door slowly opened. He found his wife Kim lying on the floor in the garage, apparently shot in the head. Below her, a puddle of blood splattered on the floor. Her black Ford Bronco's passenger door was open, but David couldn't see right away if his children were inside. He hurried over and peered into the Bronco. His greatest worries materialized in the rear seat. Bradley and Jill, his kids, were in the same terrible shape as Kim. David's instincts as a law enforcement officer took control. After a cursory assessment, he concluded that Kim and Jill could not be saved. Since his son didn't appear to have any brain injuries, David Cam thought he might still be alive. On the basis of optimism, he got into the Bronco's passenger side, pushed his way past the 2 bucket seats in front, and gingerly took his son out. There was a slight warmth in Bradley's little body when he touched him. After setting the youngster on the garage floor, he started doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jill's head and torso sagged forward and to the left, as a result of David's left knee pressing into the center of the rear seat throughout this procedure. She touched David's t-shirt with this motion, putting bloodstains on it. Whether David was guilty or not, this moment became one of the most important ones in the case. His DNA was now entangled with the crime scene as a result of his actions, and reality struck him like a truck after his efforts failed. David realized he had to move fast. He dialed his old employer, the Indiana State Police Department, seeking assistance in a panic. He ran across the street to his uncle's house, following the call, yelling for someone to inform him of what had transpired. Then, overcome with panic and perplexity, he ran back to the garage. Kim was just as David had described when the cops arrived on the scene. Her corpse was on the ground, her pants were taken down, and blood was streaming from her skull. Jill's body was discovered in the rear seat of the vehicle, and Bradley's lifeless body was discovered nearby. All three of the victims were suspected of having been shot dead at once. A bucket that smelled like bleach was now in the garage. Kim parked in a public lot every day for work, so the investigators didn't give it much thought when they discovered some unidentified fingerprints on the outside of her car. Nobody seemed to identify the sweater with the term backbone inscribed under the collar that was tucked beneath Bradley's body. David said it wasn't his when the cops questioned him about it. As previously stated, Kim was discovered wearing only her blouse and underpants and no pants, but there were her blood-stained jeans close by. David was not an exception to the rule that the spouse is generally questioned first in murder cases. David was quite cooperative, giving a detailed account of his day and stating that Kim and the children had most likely returned home at 7:30 or 7:40 p.m. Given the condition of the vehicle, David reasoned that the killings had to have taken place shortly after they got home. However, he was unable to identify the person who might have wished to harm his family. There was nothing that would have made Kim and the children adversaries. Furthermore, David remained steadfast in his alibi. He maintained that, from 7 to 9:20 in the evening, he was at a basketball game at the rec center, just as he had stated. Additionally, David persisted in his assertion that Kim would never have incited such violence. The investigators initially pondered whether it might have been a robbery gone awry, but that thought was quickly dispelled. The garage showed no indications of forced entry. No one had attempted to enter the house, and nothing appeared to be missing. The evidence pointed to something far more sinister than theft: a deliberate assault on Kim, Bradley, and Jill. Later, however, the phone company disclosed that David had called at 7:19 p.m., which was the most incriminating proof. The evening of the killings. Given that David had stated that he was playing basketball starting at 7 p.m., the fact that the call was placed from his home landline raised serious concerns. Until 9 p.m., considering that he called after 7 p.m., cast severe doubt on his story and contradicted it. The question was further compounded by the autopsy report. In addition to Jill's blunt force trauma to her vaginal area, the examiner discovered that all three victims had died from gunshot wounds. Her death and this injuries appeared to have happened within the same 24-hour period. An assault could not be ruled out, although the examiner speculated that it might have been caused by a fall. Oddly enough, Jill had sobbed and complained of pain in that area during her dance session. It was a terrifying detail, but it was unclear if this had anything to do with the devastation to her body. Before the killings, Kim had told a friend, "History is repeating itself." She didn't go into further detail, but her friend recommended that she take the kids to Florida so they could talk more. Kim concurred that a vacation could be beneficial, but sadly, she was never given the opportunity. Was Kim talking about a past of abuse, something connected to David's supposed adultery, or something more sinister? Since Kim was removed from her family before she could tell the truth, we might never find out. There was also something disturbing in the medical examiner's report. The tops of Kim's feet were sliced and bruised. It seemed strange that her shoes were on top of the automobile. It didn't make sense. None of this had a clear explanation from the police. Even though the inquiry was still in its early stages, Kim's mother and other close friends of David began to have severe concerns about him. According to her mother, Jill was an outgoing, feisty youngster who would have spoken up if she had been heard by someone she didn't know. She believed that David was the only one who could have effectively silenced Jill. The rumors persisted on Sunday 3 days later, particularly because no one had been arrested. However, David continued to attend church as usual with his parents and friends in spite of the mounting strain. The church had close ties to the family, and his uncle, the pastor, led the service. David's grandfather had even assisted in the construction of the church, and Kim had been the treasurer. David wept throughout the event, displaying what appeared to be sincere grief. But when he exited the church, everything changed drastically. He was besieged by reporters, and the media coverage immediately made him seem suspicious. People saw that David didn't appear to be grieving as they had anticipated. More questions were raised by his icy, unyielding manner. Was David accountable for the heinous killings of his wife and kids? If so, what is the reason? Things were a little heated when David visited the station later that afternoon to talk to the cops. It just took two things, his clothes and a phone call, for the police to arrest him following this interview. His alibi of being at the rec center from 7 to 9:20 did not align with the call that was placed at 7:19 in the evening. That inconsistency was sufficient to get him arrested. However, the fallout affected David's entire family, not just him. The Cam family rose to the top of the public enmity list in Georgetown, a small town where everyone knows one another. They received harsh looks from strangers. Hateful messages flooded their answering machine. As if that weren't enough, the locals began referring to them as a pack of wolves. Even David's grandfather was affected. His church closed because so many people didn't want to be associated with the Cam name. When it came time for the trial in March 2002, the prosecution was ready to address the most pressing question. Why would David do this? His affairs, they hypothesized. They claimed that David was so fed up with his marriage to Kim that he decided to kill his entire family rather than simply file for divorce. About a dozen women who either had affairs with David or said he had approached them while he was married to Kim were brought in by the prosecution to support this theory. They portrayed David as a chronic cheater who had little regard for his marriage vows during the course of weeks of testimony. Then the proof arrived. Blood splatter and that dubious phone call were the two main pillars upon which the prosecution built its case. The defense, however, had no intention of surrendering. They contended that gunfire was not the source of the blood on David's shirt. Rather, they said that it arrived while he was attempting to save his son Bradley, and Jill's blood-soaked hair touched him. Using wigs and fake blood, they performed a live presentation in court to demonstrate how the same pattern might occur with ease. The defense attributed the phone call to Indiana's infamously erratic time zones. They clarified that a 1-hour zone difference was not taken into consideration by the call's timestamp. The call really fit David's schedule when it was modified. Before he even went for his basketball game, it was made. Then there was basketball. David's alibi. He was at the church gym the whole time, according to the testimony of all 11 of the guys on his team. Not even for a minute did he leave. It appeared that the defense had exposed some significant weaknesses in the prosecution's case, with this incredibly strong lineup. However, the jury didn't think so. David was given a sentence of 195 years in jail after being found guilty on 3 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy. Everyone initially appeared to be able to exhale in relief. Surely justice had been done. Not so quick, actually. David wasn't prepared to die in silence. He filed an appeal, claiming that the court should never have admitted the evidence on his affairs. And you know what? The judge concurred in 2004, reversing his conviction. The case was suddenly cast back into disarray. A pivotal event occurred in early 2005 when the defense pressed for a second examination of the DNA from the sweatshirt discovered at the crime scene. David's second trial was set for January 2006. They specifically requested that the National DNA Database, CODIS, be used to analyze the 2 unidentified DNA profiles. After a court order, the prosecution was compelled to comply, even though they had earlier refused. It turned out that one of the DNA samples had never been tested before, despite the prosecutor's assurances that it had been examined and no matches had been identified. The test findings showed that one of the samples had a match. Charles Boney, a convicted felon from nearby New Albany, was identified by the DNA. After being found guilty of a string of armed assaults on women, many of which involved stealing their shoes, Boney was on parole at the time of the crime. He attempted to kidnap 3 women at gunpoint and committed an armed robbery as one of his most recent crimes. Boney now has a troubled past. Prior to the attack, some of his victims said that he had been pestering them over the phone for months, asking them if they were wearing high-heeled shoes and what they were wearing. Considering that Kim Cam's shoes had been taken off and neatly stacked on top of her car in a chaotic crime scene, Boney's admission of having a foot fetish also sounded significant to the defense. Additionally, Kim's foot displayed abrasions and bruises that appeared suspiciously connected to Boney's previous actions. Boney underwent a polygraph test and an interview, but the findings showed that he was lying. He claimed to have given the sweatshirt to a charity and denied any participation, but 2 weeks later, Boney was arrested after his palm print was discovered on Kim's car. However, he was accused by the police of planning the killings alongside David. Charles ultimately revealed how he knew David in a 5-page written confession. He claimed that they met at a pickup basketball game in New Albany and that David seemed like a really sincere guy. Additionally, he said that David urged Charles to buy him an untraceable gun for $100.00 at a meat store, where their paths eventually crossed again. Charles unintentionally left his palm print on David's Bronco when he accepted and handed him the rifle. But when more questions were asked, Charles's account started to change. He went on to say that David was a nasty guy, accusing him of cheating on his wife, Kim, and intimately assaulting his daughter, Jill. Charles claims that David wanted the entire family killed to hide his secrets when he lost it, when Kim found out what he was doing to their daughter. Charles claimed that in order to stop oil leaks, he wrapped the gun in a gray sweatshirt before giving it to him. He waited in the driveway after following David to his residence. A furious debate was heard by Charles, followed by a gunshot. In a terrifying moment, he said he heard Bradley, Kim's son, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy," just before a gunshot was heard. Charles said that a few moments later, David came outside and pointed the gun at him, perhaps intending to kill him as well. Moving Kim's shoes, as though cleaning up while running for his life, Charles sought refuge in the garage. Charles ran away when he heard a woman pull into the driveway. Charles confessed that he did not pull the trigger, simply sold David the rifle. Being a black guy, he was hesitant to report the killings for fear that he would be held accountable by the authorities. He was ultimately arrested for conspiracy to commit murder as a result of his statement, and he was returned to custody for trial. Charles had already spoken to Stan Faith, one of the prosecutors in David's initial trial. It was discovered after his arrest. Charles said that he was close to Stan and had conferred with him prior to being named as a suspect. Stan then apologized for his part in it. Police found Charles's ex-girlfriend Mala's DNA on the gray sweater, which led to the discovery of another clue. They were in a relationship at the time, but it terminated soon after the killings. Mala explained that, after telling her he was heading to work that night, Charles returned home at midnight with scraped knees. She was uncomfortable when he showed her a gun, which she had never seen before. Charles and his mother watched news reports about the killings the following morning. Mala departed after an argument and didn't see Charles again for weeks. She later ended their relationship, but the reason for the blood on the hoodie was that she has diabetes and often pricks her finger to check her blood sugar levels. Charles's tale started to take shape. His girlfriend's account contradicted his assertion that he left the scene without getting the gun, implying that Charles may have gone back for it. This increased skepticism regarding David's guilt. Nevertheless, the killings were charged against both individuals. Charles publicly disclosed selling the gun to David and his involvement in the killings in his autobiography Blackbone, which he wrote while incarcerated. He added that in return for the gun, David had offered him Kim's life insurance money. In 2005, Charles was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder thanks in part to his writings, confessions, and Mala's testimony. As a repeat criminal, Charles received a sentence of 225 years in jail. And what about David, if you ask? On January 17, 2006, his second trial began, and things were going to get even more convoluted. Recall that the judge decided that the prosecution erred in discussing David's numerous affairs, which is why he was initially given a retrial. His adultery, which had been one of the prosecution's main points at the start of this second trial, was thus formally off the table when the trial started. The prosecutors needed a fresh perspective without that piece of the puzzle, and they didn't hold back. They turned to a startling charge. David had been mistreating his daughter Jill for a long time, and he killed his whole family to hide his crimes. The accusations were extremely upsetting and instantly complicated the situation. David's defense team, however, refused to give up. They called in a reputable medical examiner who reported that Jill's autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, notably no hymenal injury. The defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation of sexual assault, and that the prosecution was fabricating the evidence to support their theory of the crime. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of other types of abuse, since some techniques would not cause obvious harm. Although Jill did sustain blunt force injuries, some of which were in her pelvis, this expert also noted that these injuries weren't always a sign of sexual assault. The expert stated that there was no hard proof to back up the prosecution's allegations, and that these were only wounds from the vicious assault. The charges against David were only one aspect of this trial. Another was the fresh evidence that had surfaced as a result of some investigative work that had located Charles. Charles provided a lot of the fresh information that the police discovered. Charles's own evidence even revealed to them that David had bought a gun with the intention of killing his family. However, the defense persisted in claiming that the prosecution's evidence was insufficient to convict David beyond a reasonable doubt. On March 20, 2006, following weeks of testimony, the jury found David guilty of killing his wife Kim and their kids, Brad and Jill. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. However, David immediately filed an appeal after being found guilty, this time because of the claims of abuse against his daughter. He contended that the claims had affected the jury's verdict and insisted that there was no proof he had ever hurt Jill. And you know what? In a shocking decision, the Indiana Supreme Court sided with him. In agreement with David's argument that the prosecution's abuse claims lacked sufficient evidence, they reversed the verdict. According to the court, the allegations of sexual abuse were not supported by any reliable evidence. What was going on for Kim's family amid all of this, do you think? They had to repeatedly witness the terrible deaths of their daughter and grandchildren in the courtroom. Frank, Kim's father, was heartbroken by the choice. His voice was filled with fury as he stated, "I was kind of surprised by the overturn of the last verdict. All we want is the truth, and the truth is that David's guilty." Kim's family was adamant about David being permanently imprisoned. They simply wanted justice because they were tired of the back and forth. In August 2013, almost 13 years later, David's third trial got underway. This trial was not like the others. The prosecution chose to take a different approach, concentrating on the life insurance policy David had purchased for Kim prior to her passing. Charles said David wanted the money and had no intention of letting anyone stop him. It's interesting to note that Kim signed off on the modifications, indicating that she was aware of and approved of the fact that her life insurance policy had been enhanced just before she passed away. During this trial, Charles mounted the witness stand once more, and his testimony was as shocking as ever. He asserted that David had deceived him into attending the house at the time of the killings. Charles also stated in his testimony that David almost shot him before he was able to get away. Charles claims that David carried out all of the murders and that he never came into contact with Brad, Jill, or Kim. David's defense, however, was prepared. They had more DNA proof. This time, they provided evidence that Kim's underwear and Jill's and Kim's clothing had Charles's DNA. Furthermore, Kim had retaliated before being killed, as evidenced by the discovery of Charles's DNA beneath her fingernails. The blood spatter on David's shirt was the most convincing evidence connecting him to the crime scene, even with all the DNA evidence and Charles's dubious involvement. Although David's defense team maintained that this could be readily explained by the fact that David had attempted to assist Brad after he was shot in the head, brushing up against his hair and left blood on his shirt, the prosecution maintained that the blood belonged to the victims. On October 24, 2013, the jury reached their verdict, not guilty on all counts, after weeks of deliberation and dramatic courtroom proceedings. David was found not guilty. He was so overcome with emotion when the news was revealed that he started crying and thanked the jurors and his legal team for having faith in him. After years of stressful court cases, it was a historic occasion. Not everyone, though, was overjoyed by the decision. There was division in the community. After all, a lot of people had been wondering whether David had really been innocent after 13 years of media coverage. Despite the overwhelming evidence, some people believed there were still unresolved issues. David made the decision to remain in the town where everything took place in spite of the controversy. He went back to work at his uncle's company and started to put his life back together. David sued other members of the prosecution team in a civil case, as if his trials weren't already grueling. You can't wreck someone's life, take away their freedom, their reputation, their identity. You're not supposed to do that in this country, he stated, clearly expressing his rage. He ultimately got a settlement of more than $5 million, 0 cents, some of which he utilized to pay back people who had helped him during his 13-year fight. David is attempting to move on today. Even after starting over, he still feels the pain of losing his family and reputation. He has been in touch with the jurors who contributed to his release since his acquittal. He even became a case coordinator for the Innocence Project. Given his personal experience, David seems to be an ideal fit for the foundation, which seeks to clear those who have been unfairly convicted. Charles, the subject of all the controversy, continues to insist on his innocence in the meantime. He is now a devoted Christian and says he has found Jesus. He has provided multiple accounts of what transpired that evening in previous interviews, but his account hasn't altered all that much. He claims that he brought an untraceable weapon to the Cam home the night of the murder. He asserts that David was the one who pulled the trigger after he heard arguments and gunfire. With so many contradictory tales, it's difficult to understand why Charles did what he did. Although there are still many people who think David was involved in the killings, the evidence was insufficient to indict him. Some people wonder if Charles was driven by jealousy, avarice, or something else entirely. It's comforting to know that David has found freedom and serenity, rebuilding his life and profession, even if you think he is innocent. However, if you believe he is guilty, you can't help but wonder how he got away with it. What are your thoughts? Did David get away with murder, or was he really innocent? And what motivated Charles to behave in such a drastic manner? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere, from news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, we need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of nonstop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals: a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other 2 vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times, she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, she asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy. But other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, she started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations, making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carrie Ellie McDonald, age 5. When this 2-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Kiani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie L. McDonald, and Kiani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Flora and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Flora. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the four girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the second floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girls' bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Flora Town Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesonby refused. Additionally, Leesonby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, she filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries. According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and 2 landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found one smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayers' lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All 4 of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably, which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Floratown home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, making sure the memo line reads, Flora Fire Reward. Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident? Or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Beaudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Beaudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Beaudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Beaudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Baudouin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Baudouin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger, now. The children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Baudouin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Baudouin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Baudouin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. "A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door," he subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Baudouin, was working the 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Baudoin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Baudoin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Baudoin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Baudoin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudoin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 IEM on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case, even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day at 2 or 3 a.m. by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes, or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin, having been incarcerated from the age of 27. He was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a successful family business can turn a couple into a powerful and thriving dynasty, but just as easily, it can become the catalyst for a high-profile breakup and courtroom battles. At first glance, building a business with your partner sounds like a dream. Complete trust, minimal risk of betrayal, and all the money stays in the family. But what happens when that modest venture suddenly grows into a multi-million or even multi-billion-dollar empire? Will it bring the couple closer together or spark conflict, rivalry, and deep resentment? The case of Andreen McDonald was both complex and unsettling, even though from the start it seemed fairly clear who was responsible for the crime. She vanished from her own home without a trace, and almost no one believed she was still alive. Still without a body and with barely any solid evidence against the suspect, the situation was stuck. Months passed with no resolution, and the person responsible appeared to be on the verge of walking free. Then, just when hope was nearly lost, a local rancher made a chilling discovery that changed everything. Andre Martina MacDonald née Anderson was born on February 18, 1990, in the small coastal town of Port Antonio, Jamaica. She was the eldest of two daughters raised in a modest household by Maureen Smith and Desmond Anderson. From a young age, Andre was known for her outgoing personality, natural charm, and striking looks. She had plenty of friends and often drew admiration from those around her. While still in high school, Andreen became close with a young man named Andre McDonald. He was 10 years older than her, and like Andreen, was born and raised in Jamaica. Andre Austin McDonald was born on December 22, 1981. He was the only child shared between Marlena and Everton McDonald. His father had previously been married to a woman named Camilla, who passed away early, prompting Everton to remarry. Andre's parents eventually separated while he was still in school, and his father later moved to the United States, eventually settling down for a third time with a woman named Hannah Hamilton in the early 2000s. Andre relocated to Florida to live with his father. He was accepted into the International Technical University, where he earned a degree in engineering. However, instead of pursuing a career in that field, Andre chose a different path. He enrolled in military training, signed a contract, and went on to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his time in the military, Andre kept in close contact with Andreen. The two would talk often, message each other, and meet up whenever Andre returned to Jamaica to visit his mother. Over time, their bond deepened, turning into something meaningful and long-term. Eventually, they realized they couldn't imagine life apart. As soon as Andreen finished high school, she moved to the U.S. to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding, inviting only their closest loved ones. Shortly after tying the knot, Andre received new orders and was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Andreen wasted no time building her future. She enrolled at the University of Texas, earning a degree in economics in 2013. The couple welcomed a daughter they named Elena. Around the same time, they ventured into the business world, opening their first assisted living facility. Their idea quickly gained traction. Before long, they launched a second facility in another city. Within just a few years, their growing network of care homes was bringing in a significant income. Andre was still committed to his military duties and frequently traveled across the country on assignments. Meanwhile, Andre took the lead in managing the day-to-day operations of their multi-million-dollar business. The couple purchased a beautiful home with a pool in a high-end neighborhood in Bexar County, owned multiple luxury vehicles, and had plans to expand their business into neighboring states. In 2016, following the passing of her father, Andreen brought her mother over from Jamaica. Her mom moved into the couple's home, helping around the house and looking after Elena when both parents were busy. A few years later, the couple purchased her a small but comfortable house nearby, along with a personal vehicle as a gift. By early 2019, 37-year-old Andreen, who held the rank of major in the U.S. Air Force, decided to transition into the reserves. He wanted to remain in San Antonio, spend more time with his family, and take a more active role in their growing business to ease the workload on Andreen. Their enterprise was booming. Their network of assisted living facilities had expanded across the state and was valued at close to $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonalds appeared to have it all. They were successful, wealthy, raising their bright and beloved daughter, and managing a thriving business. But behind the curtain of prosperity, tensions had been building, problems that most people had no idea about. On Friday, March 5, 2019, 29-year-old Andre didn't show up to work. Her phone was off, which was extremely out of character. Her assistant and best friend Caroline Gonar quickly became concerned. After several failed attempts to reach Andreen, Caroline and two other co-workers decided to go to the McDonald residence to make sure everything was okay. Caroline knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Refusing to leave without answers, she decided to walk around the house to check the property. That's when she spotted something alarming in the backyard. A burnt area with a zipper partially visible in the ashes. It looked like someone had been burning clothes. But who would do that, and why? Nothing else seemed immediately suspicious from the outside. When Caroline tugged on the back door, she found it unlocked and cautiously stepped inside. She called out loudly for both Andre and Andreen, but got no reply. The house was quiet, almost as if the couple had simply stepped out. But something didn't feel right. In the bathroom, she noticed strange streaks on the light switch that looked like dried blood. There were also a few dark stains on the floor that raised serious concerns. Caroline captured everything she saw on her phone and called local authorities to report what she had found. Officers quickly arrived and began searching the house. What they discovered only deepened their concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been thoroughly scrubbed with what seemed like a large amount of industrial-strength cleaner, the sharp chemical odor still lingering in the air. There were faint, cleaned-up blood spots on the floor and another smear on the doorframe. Detectives suspected the home could be the scene of a serious crime, but the limited traces of blood left room for hope that Andreen might still be alive. Andreen wasn't answering his phone, and no one knew where he was. The whereabouts of 6-year-old Elena were also unclear at first, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe, staying at her paternal grandmother's house. All 3 vehicles owned by the couple were accounted for. 2 were parked outside, and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. It was this car that piqued the officers' interest. It was covered in dust, as if it had recently traveled along dirt roads, and small gravel particles were lodged in the tires. There were no obvious signs of damage or visible blood, but the vehicle's condition was suspicious. While investigators were still going over the house, the man of the house, Andre, suddenly showed up at the front door. He looked visibly anxious and shaken, seemingly confused about why law enforcement was on his property. When asked where he had been and what had happened, Andre claimed he had spent the entire night searching for his wife. He listed several hospitals he said he had visited to check if Andreen had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andreen had indeed stopped by the medical facilities, but not until the following morning. Moreover, at one of the hospitals, when the front desk staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andreen reportedly turned pale, began stepping back, and quickly walked away without staying to find out that it was just someone with the same surname. From the start, his behavior raised concerns. Officers decided to bring him in for questioning to hear his version of events. Andre told them he and Andreen had gotten into a domestic dispute, after which he left the house to cool off. When he returned, she was gone. He said he tried calling her several times, and when he got no response, he took their daughter to his mother's home and continued searching for Andreen. Tracking his movements proved difficult. His phone had been switched off since the previous evening and remained off until his return. When questioned about why his phone was off, Andre suddenly changed his tone and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. By that point, it was clear to investigators that something wasn't adding up, but with no solid evidence yet, they had no choice but to release him. After the initial interview, he was issued a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance along with his residents. Despite being under watch, Andre managed to slip away from authorities for nearly 12 hours. It was later discovered that earlier that same day, he had made a string of troubling purchases at various hardware stores. He paid in cash for items including a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre appeared to be trying to avoid leaving a trail, keeping his phone off, and making purchases without using a credit card. Still, law enforcement was able to track him down via security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood traces found in the home belonged to Andreen. With suspicions growing stronger, police decided to detain Andreen for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the home, including the seizure and review of all digital devices. During the time he had briefly vanished, Andre had returned home, but didn't stay long. He quickly left again, unaware that officers were now trailing him. He made a stop at a gun shop, where he purchased a large caliber handgun and a significant amount of ammunition. He paid in cash again, but just as unexpectedly, after completing the transaction, he turned around and walked out, leaving the firearm and ammunition sitting on the store counter. The man appeared completely detached, his eyes vacant, his movements erratic, as if he'd lost all grip on reality. But seasoned officers weren't convinced. To them, it looked more like an act, a calculated attempt to come off as mentally unstable, potentially laying the groundwork for a future defense. Former military officer Andre was arrested just as he exited the store. He didn't resist this time. Formal charges were filed against him, and during a physical inspection, investigators noticed fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. Andre failed to provide a clear explanation, though everyone present understood the likely cause: struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andreen was last seen. Given the growing body of circumstantial evidence, it was becoming increasingly difficult to believe she might still be alive. A massive search effort was launched, involving law enforcement volunteers and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams combed through the surrounding areas in and around San Antonio, focusing especially on the rural regions of Bexar County, hoping to find anything that could help move the case forward. Unfortunately, nothing useful turned up. Not in the fields, not in the wooded areas, and not in the urban zones. Even a full review of the digital devices seized from the home, including a phone and tablet, yielded no promising leads. But when investigators conducted a second, more detailed search of the vehicles and garage, the case took a dramatic turn. First, they found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at various hardware stores. Then, inside the trunk of a Porsche Macan, Andre's car, they discovered an old hammer wrapped in plastic. It had strange dark stains on it, and several long strands of hair stuck to its head. Forensic analysis confirmed that the hammer bore blood and tissue matching Andre's DNA. The strands of hair were hers too. However, the handle had been wiped clean. No fingerprints. When confronted, Andre denied ever seeing the hammer before and claimed someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the mounting evidence, Andre posted bail, which had been set at $500,000, 0 cents, a sum he paid without delay, and was released shortly after. Once back home, he did not participate in the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he continued to assert the same version of events. The two had an argument, he left to cool down, and when he came back, Andre was gone. According to him, he had tried to reach her afterward, sending both voice and text messages. Some of those messages found on his phone included emotional pleas, telling her their daughter was crying and asking her to come home. All of them were sent around midnight. After that, the phone was turned off again. The next morning, Andre dropped Elena off at his mother's house and, by his account, began searching for Andreen. As the search for Andreen continued with no progress and investigators struggled to piece together what exactly had happened, detectives decided to dig deeper into the McDonald family's background. It didn't take long to uncover that the couple's picture-perfect image was just that, an image. Beneath the surface, their relationship was strained, and serious tension had been brewing for quite some time. Though they had built a thriving business together, one that was rapidly expanding and bringing in a substantial income, most of the day-to-day operations had been handled by Andre, especially while Andre was serving in the military. Back in 2016, when Andreen was stationed in Alabama for 6 months, the emotional distance between them grew. Just before he was set to return, Andre messaged him saying it would be better if they went their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. Upon returning home, Andre learned that during his time away, Andreen had been in a relationship with a man named O'Brien, someone she had known since her early days in Jamaica. This man had a reputation as a dangerous figure in the local criminal underworld. The two reconnected during one of Andre's visits to the island, and their relationship reignited. He began traveling to Texas to visit her, and the two decided they wanted to be together. The couple filed for divorce. Under Texas law, their assets and business would have to be divided equally, a point of serious contention for both. Andreen believed she deserved a larger share since she had been the one managing the operations, while Andreen insisted everything was his, as he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were paused. It seemed the couple had reconciled, choosing to give their marriage another try for the sake of their young daughter. But despite the outward signs of stability, tensions lingered. Caroline, Andreen's closest friend and the first to raise the alarm after her disappearance, told investigators that Andre had always been controlling and manipulative. He believed the business, the home, and even Andreen herself belonged to him, reasoning that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her obtain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed the launch of their first care facility. Not long before she vanished, Andre confided in Caroline, saying, "If anything ever happens to me, just know it was Andre." Andre had long opposed Andreen's trips back to Jamaica, knowing she would meet with her former lover. This was a constant source of conflict between them, but Andreen continued to make her own choices. Then, just 2 weeks before she disappeared, Andre discovered that Andre had quietly registered a new company in her name and transferred part of their shared assets into it. That revelation likely felt like a betrayal and may have been the final spark that pushed everything over the edge. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andreen vanished, local farmer Clinton Clendy was walking through his large property on the outskirts of San Antonio. The land wasn't fully cultivated, and some areas had become overgrown. Clinton was surveying the grounds, preparing for future maintenance, when he suddenly caught a strong, unpleasant odor, something unmistakably linked to decomposition. Assuming it was a dead animal, he followed the scent, planning to bury or remove whatever he found in the tall grass. He first noticed a skull and bones that appeared to belong to a cow. Scattered branches were nearby, but beneath them he discovered the true source of the odor: a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clinton immediately contacted law enforcement. The remains were recovered and transported to the lab for analysis. The body was unclothed, and aside from confirming it was a woman, there wasn't much else investigators could initially determine. Still, given the timing and location, many suspected this was the missing Andreen McDonald. DNA testing soon confirmed those suspicions. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner couldn't conclusively identify a cause of passing. Pathologists did note trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, injuries consistent with being struck by the same hammer previously found in Andre's car. There was another disturbing detail. Much of the woman's hair was missing. At first, this raised eyebrows, but when examiners noticed partial burns on her right hand, they concluded someone had attempted to destroy the body by fire, likely to eliminate evidence. With this discovery, Andre was formally charged with the crime and taken back into custody. Interestingly, the area where the remains were found had already been searched multiple times by both law enforcement and volunteers, but the specific spot was located on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, off limits without a warrant, which is why it hadn't been searched earlier. When Andre was informed that Andrine's remains had been found and that the evidence suggested she had suffered blunt force trauma, he suddenly changed his approach. He told investigators he was ready to tell the full story in exchange for a lighter sentence. After consulting with his attorney, Andre presented a new narrative, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances. He spoke of his wife's infidelity, her efforts to take over their business and run it with her new partner, and, most importantly, his fear that she would take their daughter away from him in the event of a divorce. According to Andre had recently brought up the idea of ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him with nothing and take Elena with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Andrine became aggressive and started hitting him, forcing him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she sustained a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, saying she fell and that he then kicked her multiple times and stepped on her chest to prevent her from getting back up. At that moment, Andre heard footsteps in the hallway and the voice of his daughter, Elena, calling out for her mom. Panicking, he rushed out of the room before Elena could enter, scooped her up, carried her back to her room, and told her that mom would come check on her later. Andre insisted that when he left the room, Andrine was still alive, lying on the floor and only slightly injured. However, when he returned, she was in the same spot, this time unresponsive. He believed that he may have unintentionally caused a fatal outcome by putting too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the severity of what had happened, Andre said he panicked. He removed Andrine's clothing and burned it in the backyard. Then he transported her body outside the city and left it on private land behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he returned home and sent multiple texts to Andrine's phone, pleading with her to come back, in an attempt to create the appearance that she had simply left after a disagreement. After that, he woke Elena and drove her to his mother's house, asking her to look after her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further sell the story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Anne. At one point, he nearly fainted when he heard that a woman with the same last name had been admitted. By the time police brought him in for questioning the following morning, they still didn't have strong evidence linking him to a crime, so he was released. Once free, Andre began seriously contemplating how to make sure the body was never discovered. He even considered dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different places. That's why he went out and bought a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The next day, he returned to where he had left Andrine, but when the time came, he couldn't bring himself to go through with his plan. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on the body and lit a fire, but it fizzled out quickly, only burning off the hair and partially charring one of her hands, according to Andre. The failure left him in a state of complete despair. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and began striking the body before coming to his senses and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When questioned about why, he went to a gun store and bought a pistol and ammunition, only to abandon the items at the counter. Andre claimed he couldn't explain it. He said his mind was clouded, that he hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and that he was no longer thinking clearly. The trial was delayed significantly due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, with hearings finally beginning in January 2023. The defense team focused on portraying Andre as someone trapped by the circumstances around him. His attorneys argued that Andrine and her romantic partner were allegedly conspiring to remove Andre from the picture entirely so they wouldn't have to split assets during the divorce. Andre McDonald's detailed account of what happened to his wife could never be fully verified due to the advanced state of decomposition in which her body was found. Forensic specialists were unable to determine an exact cause of death, or even confirm whether the injuries had been inflicted while Andreen was still alive, or if, as the defendant claimed, he had struck the body with a hammer after she had already passed. What was clear, however, was that for 5 months, Andre had remained silent, hoping to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. In February 2023, to the shock of many, Andre McDonald was acquitted of first-degree charges. Instead, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15. Full custody of Elena was awarded to her maternal grandmother. In a striking development, later that same year, Andre's father, Everton McDonald, was put on trial in Jamaica for the crime of his third wife, Hannah Hamilton. Even more disturbingly, this new investigation brought attention to the suspicious death of his first wife, Camilla, an incident that had long been brushed aside. Authorities now believe that Everton may have been involved in her passing as well. If convicted, he could face life behind bars. This chilling twist raised the possibility that Andre may not have been the first in his family to commit such a serious act, suggesting a legacy of violence that spanned generations. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like, the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight. A backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later. After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swelled significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, a year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Micah frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. Psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun. The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Micah's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Micah's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Micah's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Micah had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Micah's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these two best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these two young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the two spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Mananhai Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, this historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For two closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Mananhai Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the two best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that two young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the Bridge Guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair who was between 5'6" and 5'10" and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. Two illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to in an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit. The police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the two sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town. But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property, which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in LA Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims, which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, he made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife, Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts. They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely, indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, BH, had connections to Odinism and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that BH had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Alan. The defense contended that Alan's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Alan's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Alan's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Alan's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Alan's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Alan's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Alan's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Alan to the terrifying bridge man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Alan's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Alan. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Alan was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Alan to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Alan earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Alan the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Yes, you heard that right. A teenage boy not only murdered his parents, but lived with their corpses for days, and then spoke openly about wanting to assassinate President Trump. all of it fueled by a twisted, radical ideology rooted in white supremacy. But before this nightmare unfolded, the question remains: who was this teen, and how does someone go from being a model student to plotting acts of unthinkable violence? His name was Nikita Kossep, known to most simply as Nicky. Just 17 years old, Nicky was a high school student living in the quiet, peaceful suburbs of Waukesha, Wisconsin. The kind of town where the American dream felt alive. Manicured lawns, friendly neighbors, and evening walks with dogs. On the surface, his life looked perfect. He lived in a spacious 4-bedroom home on Cider Hills Drive, with his mother, Tatiana Kossep, and his stepfather, Donald Meyer. They had a big house, a stable life, and even a loyal family dog named Toby. To the outside world, Nicky was polite, reserved, and respectful. Teachers described him as quiet but well-behaved. He wasn't a troublemaker. In fact, he was once honored as Student of the Month at his school, Waukesha U.S. Health Department High School. His grades were strong, his attendance impeccable. There were no major red flags. Until one day, he vanished. He stopped coming to school. Teachers were puzzled. Friends noticed his silence online, and then the calls stopped. What came next would stun the entire community. Because behind Nicky's calm exterior, a much darker transformation had been taking place, one that no one saw coming. And by the time the truth surfaced, it was already far too late. Nicky's last day at school was February 12, 2025. At first, no one thought much of it. Kids get sick, families go on sudden trips. But as the days passed, concern grew. Weeks went by and still no sign of Nicky or his parents. The school received one email claiming Nicky was sick, but something about it felt off. The email couldn't be verified. Then things got even stranger. On the morning of February 28, Judith Meyer, Donald's mother, called in for a welfare check. She hadn't heard from her son in weeks, and she was worried. Around the same time, a school resource officer at Nicky's high school also contacted police, making 2 separate welfare check requests in just 5 minutes. That was enough for the Waukesha police to act now. Officers arrived at the house on Cider Hills Drive at approximately 10:11 that morning. They knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They walked the perimeter and still nothing. So they turned to the area's automated license plate recognition system, cameras that scan and record vehicle activity. And what they found raised even more questions. Donald's black 2018 Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sport hadn't been seen since February 23. Tatiana's white 2019 BMW was last seen way back on February 11, the very same day Nicky stopped going to school. Because of this discovery, alarm bells were now fully ringing. Police then contacted Donald's employer. His manager told them that Donald had been texting in sick between February 13 and February 25, claiming he wasn't well enough to speak on the phone. He said he'd be back at work by March 3, but the manager noted something chilling. Those messages were completely out of character. Donald was reliable and communicative, so for him to go completely dark like that was bizarre and deeply troubling. At 1:52 in the afternoon, after hours of silence and unanswered questions, police forced entry into the home. What they discovered was every officer's nightmare. The moment they stepped inside, the unmistakable odor of human decomposition hit them. In the hallway near the kitchen, hidden under a pile of blankets and clothes, was the body of Tatiana Kossep. She had been shot 3 times, twice in the stomach, once in the neck. She was just 35 years old. Officers immediately exited the scene to obtain a search warrant. When they re-entered at 5 o'clock that evening, they found Donald Meyer's body in the first-floor office, a single bullet wound to the back of the head. Execution style. He was 51. But Nicky, 17-year-old Nicky, and the family dog, Toby, were gone. Now it's safe to say that the house was a mess. Furniture was displaced, artwork had been taken off the walls, drawers and closets had been rifled through, their contents scattered everywhere. The mattress from the master bedroom had been removed from its frame. Empty bank envelopes were found in the kitchen. Something had clearly happened here, and whoever did it had taken their time. With the parents dead and the son missing, investigators turned to surveillance and cell phone data. and what they discovered painted a haunting timeline. Nikki hadn't just fled. He had stayed in that house, lived in that house, for 12 full days with the bodies of his murdered parents before finally leaving town in his stepfather's Volkswagen. He then traveled through 6 states: Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, and Kansas. At 11:25 p.m. on February 28th, the same day his parents' bodies were found, Nikki was located in Winfield, Kansas, more than 800 miles away from Waukesha. He was arrested during a traffic stop, and what police found inside the vehicle left no doubt in their minds. On the floorboard of the car was a loaded Smith & Wesson W357 Magnum revolver. It matched the description of a firearm recently purchased by Donald Meyer. Also found were rounds of ammunition, over 70 pieces of jewelry, multiple tablets, 4 cell phones, 3 laptops, a safe that had been forcibly opened, and more than $14,000, 0 cents in cash. There were also credit cards and driver's licenses belonging to his parents and Toby. The family dog was found alive in the car. After piecing together the evidence, authorities concluded that Tatiana and Donald had most likely been killed on February 11th, 17 days before their bodies were discovered. Nikki had lived with the bodies for nearly 2 weeks before taking off with their car, cash, valuables, and even the dog. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 2 counts of hiding a corpse, 2 counts of theft, operating a motor vehicle without the owner's consent, and 2 counts of identity theft. Now here's where it gets even more chilling. This wasn't just a sudden outburst or a fight gone wrong. Prosecutors believe Nikita had been planning the murders for months. And he wasn't planning alone. According to court documents and witness testimony, Nikita had been messaging with someone in Russian through the app Telegram, a platform often used by extremists because it's encrypted and harder to trace. One of his classmates, only identified as Witness A, told authorities that Nikita said he had been talking to a man on Telegram and that the 2 of them were working together to overthrow the U.S. Nikita even said they had plans to assassinate President Donald Trump. That's not just disturbing, it's terrifying. Now, when Nikita was arrested, we mentioned earlier that the police found valuable items in his car that pointed directly to him being the killer. However, there was one item that stood out above all the rest: an unassuming memory card. At first, it seemed like just another ordinary piece of evidence, but what was on it would send shockwaves through everyone involved in the case. On this memory card, investigators discovered images and videos that were nothing short of disturbing. These weren't just random shots. These were chilling recordings that showed Nikita actively documenting his crime. According to the criminal complaint, one of the most haunting videos captured Nikita adjusting a camera and then pointing it directly at the dead body of his stepfather, Don Meyer. This was no accident. Nikita knew exactly what he was doing. What makes this even more sinister is what happened next. In the video, Nikita can be seen lighting candles around his stepfather's body. Why would he do that? Some believe he was trying to mask the awful smell of decomposition, but others suggest that this act wasn't just about hiding a smell. It was an eerie, almost ritualistic gesture. It's as if he was creating a scene, setting a stage for someone to witness his crime. But it doesn't stop there. The videos go further, showing Nikita allegedly pointing his phone at the body and speaking to someone on the other end of the line. This person remains unidentified, but in the video you can hear Nikita saying, "So you can see him there. I can literally see the body there." It's chilling. He wasn't just filming for his own satisfaction, he was showing someone else. Investigators believe this person could be the same man Nikita had been messaging on Telegram, discussing far more disturbing topics. According to reports, these messages involved plans to take down the U.S. government. A thought that's as disturbing as it is confusing. Now let's take a step back and look at Nikita's background. His story is not just one of a troubled 18-year-old. It's one of obsession and darkness. Nikita moved to the United States from Moldova at the age of 7. Moldova is a small country in Eastern Europe, right next to Ukraine, and it has strong Russian influences. But what's truly chilling is the fact that Nikita had very little family left in Moldova. His grandmother was the only relative still alive, yet he developed an almost unhealthy obsession with Russia, fascism, and violence. This obsession became even clearer when his classmate, known as Witness A, came forward. According to her testimony, Nikita would send her horrific gore edits, videos that mixed graphic and violent imagery with Russian music. These weren't just random videos. They were carefully crafted clips that reflected the twisted mindset Nikita had developed. She described how Nikita even added her on Snapchat and began pushing for a relationship despite her clear lack of interest. But the creepiness didn't stop at unwanted attention. Nikita began talking about his desire to kill his parents. At first, he claimed it was just talk, something he didn't really mean. He reassured her in December of 2024 and again in January of 2025. But Witness A could sense something wasn't right. She even told Nikita that he seemed like a Nazi and a school shooter. She told him he needed help, but despite her concerns, it seems she didn't report any of this to the authorities. He had been speaking with someone in Russian about moving to Ukraine after committing these crimes, so the state is concerned that he's a flight risk if he is ever released. One of the most critical pieces of evidence came when police discovered a photo in January. It showed Nikita holding a Smith & Wesson handgun, the exact same weapon that investigators believe he used to kill his parents just a month later. This was not a coincidence. It wasn't until nearly a full month after his arrest that prosecutors officially filed murder charges against Nikita Kasub. By then, he had been caught in a small, rural Kansas county and had appeared virtually for an extradition hearing. The case moved forward in the District Court of Trego County, Kansas, under the case name State versus Nikita Kasub. Later on, authorities extradited him back to Wisconsin, where he made his first court appearance on lesser charges. At that time, prosecutors had not yet officially filed murder charges, but they were already signaling that they were coming. Initially, he was charged with taking his stepfather's Smith & Wesson handgun and the family car without consent, both of which carried serious weight considering the violent aftermath. Then came the autopsy reports, which painted a horrifying picture. Don, his stepfather, had been executed with a single gunshot to the back of the head, likely from behind. His mother, Tatiana, suffered 3 gunshot wounds, one at close range to the neck, and 2 others that were non-fatal. This detail suggested a chaotic and possibly prolonged encounter, raising more questions about motive, planning, and intent. It wasn't just a tragic event, it was a calculated act of violence. Still, in those early days, Nikita's bond was set at $250,000, 0 cents, as authorities worked to build the homicide case. 2 weeks later, the full weight of the law came crashing down. Prosecutors formally charged Nikita with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, the most severe criminal charges available under Wisconsin law, and 2 counts of hiding a corpse. These weren't just bureaucratic escalations. They were charges that, if proven, could send the 17-year-old to prison for life. Prosecutors declared him an extreme flight risk, citing his movements across state lines, his attempts to convert assets using a Bitcoin machine, and the $14,000, 0 cents, in cash and jewelry found on him at the time of his arrest. They believed he had the means, and possibly the connections, to evade justice, and they pushed for bail to be raised to $5 million, 0 cents. But Nikita's defense team wasn't backing down. They argued that the initial charges, taking a gun and a car, couldn't even legally hold water since the items were taken from individuals who were already deceased, and thus couldn't have given or withheld consent. When it came to the murder charges, they insisted that a $5 million 0 cents bail was excessive and unattainable for a 17-year-old. They claimed that the $250,000 0 cents bond should remain, framing Nikita as a troubled teen, not a calculated killer. At the bond hearing, the judge was visibly exasperated, not just by the nature of the case, but by the handling of the legal process. The judge wasn't just lamenting the bond debate, they were raising a broader question. When the system is faced with a suspect who allegedly murdered both parents, attempted to cover it up, and possibly plotted his escape, shouldn't the full legal framework be activated? The judge continued, highlighting the mountain of evidence laid out in the complaint. There's video evidence, there are communications, transactions, a witness. It's all here. If you believe he's a flight risk or a danger, Don't just haggle over numbers. Use the mechanisms built into the law to keep the public safe. Despite the prosecution's push, the judge didn't grant the full $5 million 0 cents bail. Still, it was clear the court recognized the gravity of the situation. The idea that a teenager had not only killed his parents, but lived in the same home with their decomposing bodies for 12 days was profoundly disturbing. Authorities have linked Nicky to a neo-Nazi group called the Order of Nine Angles, and his manifesto allegedly called for a violent political revolution. As of the time this video was made, Nicky remains in custody with a bond set at $1 million 0 cents. He faces multiple charges, including first-degree murder, and his trial is set to begin on May 7, 2025. What makes this case truly chilling is not just the horror of the crime itself, but how a teenager, barely out of adolescence, could be so easily drawn into a world of extreme ideologies. One of the most unsettling pieces of evidence comes from a series of messages Nicky exchanged with a man on Telegram. In these messages, Nicky is shown toying with the idea of fleeing to Ukraine, wondering about the possibility of escaping the consequences of his actions. He even wrote, "So while in Ukraine, I'll be able to live a normal life even if, when it's found out, I did it." These words reveal a shocking level of detachment from the consequences of his actions. But even more disturbing is the way Nicky acknowledges that no matter what, the world will eventually know he was the one responsible for the murders. What stands out in these exchanges is the disturbing fact that despite his delusions about fleeing to Ukraine, Nicky was very clear-headed about one thing: the truth would eventually catch up to him. He wasn't trying to hide from the fact that he would be caught. He was simply trying to escape the fallout. But what's even more unsettling is how Nicky didn't even try to frame anyone else for the murders. There was no attempt to pin the crime on his parents or anyone else in the family. He didn't go through the motions of creating a false alibi. Instead, he accepted that the blame for the killings would fall squarely on him. This chilling realization only makes his actions seem colder, more calculated. Now, there are a lot of theories swirling around about whether Nicky's parents actually knew what he was planning, specifically his alleged desire to overthrow the U.S. government. Some believe they had suspicions, especially after receiving strange signals leading up to the murders. One particularly chilling detail comes from Donald Meyer's mother, Judith, who reportedly shared that her son had sent her some unsettling, cryptic messages shortly before he went radio silent. These weren't your usual check-in texts. They hinted that something was wrong, but Judith didn't know just how serious it was at the time. So what if his parents did know something? What if they started to piece things together, noticed a shift in Nicky's behavior, sensed his growing obsession with radical ideologies, or even confronted him about his extremist beliefs? According to some theories, this might be exactly why Nicky targeted his parents first, to eliminate the only people who could stand in the way of whatever twisted plan he thought he was about to execute. Think about it. His parents knew where the money was hidden. They were the ones who gave him access to the house, the resources, even the revolver that was later used in the crime. Maybe Nicky believed that as long as they were alive, they were a threat to his vision, so he made a calculated decision to remove them from the equation, brutally and without remorse. Now I want to hear your take. Do you think Nicky's parents suspected what was coming? Could this tragedy have been prevented if someone had intervened earlier or read the warning signs more clearly? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Peggy Carr, 41, was working as a waitress at a neighborhood eatery in Alturas, Florida, on October 23, 1988, when her heart started pounding and her hands started to perspire. On March 3, 1989, around 5 months later, Peggy would lose the battle against her illness and die. Until a courageous undercover investigation into Peggy Carr's odd illness and death exposed a dark conspiracy to kill off an entire family, the case remained a mystery. Alturas, a small, tight-knit village in Polk County, Florida, with a population of slightly over 4,000, was where Peggy Carr and her family resided. Alturas is renowned for its lovely orange groves and tranquil atmosphere. Alturas is now a safer neighborhood than the majority of U.S. localities, with a violent crime rate of 21.8%. However, in 1988, when the events of this case occurred, Alturas was a considerably safer neighborhood, the kind where it was acceptable to leave your front door open at night and where neighbors watched out for one another. Peggy Carr, who was born in 1947, had a difficult life. From an early age, she had to go out and find jobs that could put food on the table for her family because her parents were deaf and extremely poor. Peggy's lack of education made it difficult for her to get a decent work. The ones she did find, such as waitressing positions at remote truck stops on the highway, earned pitiful wages or were exceedingly hazardous. Nevertheless, she maintained a bright attitude and tried her hardest to make ends meet. In order to cope with the risks of her work, such intoxicated males trying to prey on a woman waitress working in a remote location in the middle of the night, Peggy has developed a very tough demeanor. For a long time, Peggy's tough exterior made it nearly impossible for her to find a romantic partner. However, she eventually fell in love with a man who is still unidentified, and she married him. Jelena, Alan, and Dwayne were the 3 children that Peggy and her husband would have over the course of the following 2 years. The couple put a lot of effort into supporting their family, and it appeared like Peggy's life was finally taking off. However, Peggy quickly began to have problems with her husband, and the marriage soon collapsed. Peggy was a single mother in her mid-30s by the mid-1000s, 900 AD, working odd jobs to support her 3 kids. Peggy tried to maintain a cheerful disposition at work, but she became more and more depressed and lonely. She had had a difficult life, and it didn't seem like things would ever improve. As her children grew older, they became aware of their mother's loneliness and sadness and desired she would find love and happiness once more. Her children's goal was fulfilled by the end of 1987. Carolyn Carr, who everyone called Pi, was the man Peggy met. Pi had recently divorced his wife, just like Peggy. In addition, he worked at a nearby phosphate mining facility in Alturas, Florida, and had 2 teenage children. When they first met, Peggy and Pi clicked mostly because they were both rigorous individuals who did not tolerate foolish behavior from others. Peggy's children observed a notable improvement in her mood when she and Pi began dating. She felt more at ease, lighter on her feet, and happy. When Peggy and Pi announced their impending marriage to their kids in April 1988, they thrilled them. Following the wedding, Peggy and her 3 children moved into Pi's house in Alturas, Florida. The combined family appeared to get along well, despite Pi's little house being even more cramped with 4 new members. The 5 kids got along nicely and were just glad to see their parents happy. The family also had 2 large dogs. However, Peggy and Pi started experiencing marital problems a few months after they were married. They became more and more estranged from one another on top of their problems, as Peggy had started to hear stories that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife. Their 2 dogs unexpectedly developed severe illnesses about the time Peggy and Pi's problems began. Their fur began to fall out, they were rapidly losing weight, and they were wailing in agony. It appeared as though the dogs had either consumed a poison or contracted an odd illness. The deaths of both pets soon followed, which further depressed the mood in the Carr home. Peggy and Pi grew more apart as their everyday problems persisted. When Peggy and Pi's arguments got so bad that they couldn't abide one another, Peggy and her kids had to leave Pi's house for a week in early October 1988 in order to stay at a motel. The formerly contented family was now being ripped apart as the kids started siding with their own parents. Pi made the decision to take a spontaneous hunting excursion on October 23, 1988, as a way to escape for the day. By now, Peggy and her children were back at the house, allowing Peggy to spend time with the children while Pi traveled. Peggy and her daughter Jelena got ready for work after Pi left. On that particular day, they both worked morning shifts as waiters at a nearby diner. Peggy's heart started to race wildly as she was serving guests and waiting tables. Peggy wasn't working on any demanding or heavy tasks that morning. She was merely carrying the trays with the orders from the clients. Peggy believed her heart would stop pounding so rapidly if she simply relaxed. Her hands began to perspire, and she soon began to experience a tingling feeling in her arms and legs. Peggy was still unsure of the cause of her feelings when it dawned on her that she might be experiencing a heart attack. Instead of losing her mind or going into a frenzy, Peggy made an effort to relax. After washing her face and hands in the staff washroom, she sneaked into the staff break area to unwind for a while. Jelena went to check on her mother after noticing that she had gone into the break room while she was unwinding. With composure, Peggy stated that she thought she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home to rest. Jolena was not startled by Peggy's composed manner, but she was instantly concerned that her mother might be having a heart attack. She thought there was nothing to worry about if Peggy claimed she would sleep off a heart attack, because she knew she disliked setting off false alarms and panicking needlessly. She did, however, get her mother to swear that she would visit the hospital if her condition worsened. Due to her current mood, Peggy told the manager she would be taking the remainder of the day off. Jolena said she would follow up with her as soon as her shift was over. The house was vacant when Peggy arrived home. She went to her bedroom to lie down because Pi was still on his trip and the kids were still at school. A few hours later, Dwayne, Peggy's 17-year-old son, came home from school to discover his mother sprawled in bed. Dwayne was instantly aware that something was up when he saw Peggy napping in the middle of the day. Even when she was sick, Peggy never napped. Dwayne asked Peggy if she was okay and she replied that she was, his face displaying worry. However, Peggy abruptly blurted out that she was not feeling well and felt awful as he turned to leave the bedroom. She claimed that she could hardly speak because of the blinding pain which seemed like fire being pumped through her limbs and legs. Dwayne's suspicions were validated at this point. Dwayne knew his mother had to get to the hospital right away if she claimed that this was the most agonizing thing she had ever experienced, because she was not a dramatic person. Fortunately, Pi got home from his hunting expedition at that very moment, and Dwayne informed him right once that they needed to take Peggy to the hospital. To his surprise, however, Pi just waved him away, stating that he was certain Peggy was only ill with the flu and would recover in a day or two. Since Pi didn't intend to take Peggy to the hospital himself, Dwayne called his sister right then and asked her to come home so she could do it. Jelena's condition had deteriorated to the point where she was unable to walk or stand, so Dwayne had to assist Peggy to the car when she got to the house. The true issue started when they arrived at the hospital and Peggy was brought into the acute care unit to start treatment because neither Dwayne nor Jelena knew what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she did. Peggy was now limited to lying down and groaning in agony. Her limbs still felt like they were on fire, her heart was still pounding, and she was now throwing up and feeling sick. Peggy underwent a battery of tests in an attempt to identify her condition, but every test came back negative or indicated that she was in perfect health. The doctors were genuinely perplexed by this. Peggy was writhing in agony, and since the tests they had performed had revealed nothing wrong with her, it appeared as though her illness had struck out of the blue. The physicians chose to keep her in the hospital and monitor her because they had no other option. Peggy's symptoms appeared to get better after she was in the hospital for roughly 3 days. She was able to communicate, eat, and move around a little, but she still had intense agony in her limbs and her heart continued to race. The physicians made the decision to release her so she could recover completely at home because she appeared to be on the mend. On October 26, 1988, Peggy arrived home and slept in bed to recuperate. She saw that she was getting better. However, all of the symptoms returned after a day, this time with considerably greater intensity. She was feeling sick, her heart was pounding, her arms and legs felt like they were on fire, and she had dropped so much weight that she was a shell of her former self. However, Peggy's family decided it might be better for her to stay at home rather than go to the hospital, because they understood that even the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her. However, it appeared as though Peggy was collapsing before their very eyes. She was unable to eat, sleep, walk, or even speak. The anguish she was experiencing was so great that she was only able to lie in bed, writhing in agony and occasionally screaming into her pillow. Her family finally gave in and agreed to take her back to the hospital on October 30. The physicians recognized Peggy from the week before and that they had been unable to identify the reason behind her symptoms when she arrived at the hospital, but they were doing everything they could to be sure. To find out if they had missed anything, the physicians decided to give Peggy another round of tests. They checked for all the common illnesses that may afflict a 41-year-old woman, including food poisoning, since they believed Peggy had consumed something that was making her stomach hurt. However, the test results once more indicated that Peggy was in perfect health. Once more, the physician's only option was to place Peggy in a room and watch her. Peggy's cries of excruciating pain reverberated through the hospital corridors as she lay in her room, audible to other patients and personnel. Peggy had started to drift in and out of consciousness by October 31. However, things were going to become worse. Dwayne, Peggy's son, and Travis Pi's 16-year-old son, were both sent to the same hospital as Peggy. The symptoms that Peggy had been experiencing for more than a week had suddenly started to affect them as well. Similar to Peggy, Dwayne and Travis underwent a battery of tests to find out what was wrong with them, but the results were likewise inconclusive. However, one of the neurologists treating Peggy, Dr. Robert Van Hook, observed something about their symptoms that caught his attention right away. Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy were all experiencing hair loss. The neurologist suspected that he understood the precise reason of their disease based on the other symptoms they were experiencing, but first, he ordered a very particular test kit to confirm his assumptions. The neurologist checked Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy after the test kit arrived, and the findings were positive. Each of the three had consumed thallium nitrate, a costly and uncommon substance. Once employed as rat poison, thallium nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, and odorless metal that was outlawed due to its high toxicity to humans, with symptoms including extreme hand and limb pain, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and irregular heartbeat. Even a minor increase in the naturally occurring amount of thallium, which is present in the ordinary human body in trace amounts, can have deadly results. Dwayne and Travis each had roughly 20,000 times the amount of thallium that naturally occurs in their bodies, whereas Peggy had 50 times that amount. The remaining members of the family were tested by the doctors, and while their thallium levels were not as high as those of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, they were all elevated. The doctors had not previously thought that Peggy and her son's conditions might be criminal before the test results. However, they started to view the case differently once the test findings suggested that Peggy and her family might have been poisoned. The hospital informed the Polk County Sheriff's Office about the case and the possible criminal activity occurring there. No one knew where Peggy and her boys had encountered such a costly and uncommon substance. Were they intentionally poisoned, or was it an accident? As the authorities started their inquiry, Peggy's situation appeared dire. Even though thallium poisoning may be cured, Peggy's body had been so thoroughly damaged by the poison that she was unlikely to live even if therapy had been given. As they waited for the poison to kill her, the doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible. For the boys, however, there was hope. Everyone hoped that the treatment they received would be quick enough to save their lives. Peggy fell into a coma a few days after learning that she was not going to be saved. After 2 months in the hospital, her family opted to remove her from life support on March 3, 1989, although she would stay in the coma for the following 4 months. Dwayne recovered completely. Although Travis would finally recover from the poisoning and spend 6 months in the hospital, the severe damage the poison had done to his limbs meant that he would never be able to walk again. The situation involving Peggy and her sons was extremely difficult for Polk County Sheriff's Office Sheriff Judd. They had a murder and other attempted murders on their hands, and a killer was at large, regardless of whether they were poisoned on purpose or not. There was a chance that the poison's source was still available for other Alturas residents to consume if they had accidentally consumed it. Sheriff Judd was determined to find the truth because the stakes were high. Every surface and object in the Carr residence was examined for thallium by investigators, but the results were all negative. Meanwhile, panic broke out in Alturas as word spread that the Carr family had been poisoned and that the authorities were unsure of the source of the poison. Families feared they might already be dying and not be aware of it, or that the poison may have originated from their groundwater. Because the Carr's well water was connected to at least 2 other homes, detectives looked into it, but they discovered nothing. Furthermore, Peggy and her sons had experienced symptoms that no one else in the town had. The investigation was then joined by prosecutor John Aguero of the Florida State's Attorney's Office, who began investigating the possibility that thallium originated from pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray. There were numerous orange groves in Alturas, and the pesticides used to maintain the trees may have contained thallium, but all test results were negative. Police found their first break in the case, an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with tampered-with lids, while searching the Carr home for anything Peggy and her sons might have eaten or consumed that might have contained the poison. The bottles were sent for testing right away, and the results revealed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high amounts of thallium. The drinks had been filled with thallium before the covers were put back on. The first obvious conclusion was that the bottling firm had tampered with the product. If it was, almost everyone drank Coca-Cola, which may lead to a nationwide thallium poisoning problem. Many inhabitants of Alturas were afraid to drink Coke after learning about this additional lead. But as the investigation went on, it became clear that neither the Alturas Coca-Cola outlets nor the bottling firm were responsible for the poisoning. Investigators came to the horrifying conclusion that, although the bottles had been tampered with, the person who did it specifically targeted the Carr family. Pi Carr himself was the main suspect. On October 23, the day Peggy had started exhibiting symptoms, Pi had abruptly made the decision to go hunting, which kept him gone for the majority of the day. Investigators thought this might have been an attempt to hide his identity. Additionally, Pi had access to a chemical as costly and uncommon as thallium, since he worked for a phosphate mining company. Given that Pi and Peggy had been experiencing marital problems, it appeared highly likely that Pi was the one who poisoned Peggy. But there were some problems with this theory. Additionally, Pi and his kids tested positive for thallium poisoning, indicating that they drank the same Coke as Peggy and her kids. Therefore, it appeared more plausible that Pi would have planned it so that only she consumed the poison, or at the very least he would have ensured that his kids did not get it, if he really wanted Peggy dead. Nevertheless, Pi was taken in for interrogation by the police. Pi swore that the hunting excursion was a coincidence, and told them he had no idea how the poison had entered his house. He casually remarked something during his conversation that did not seem significant at the time, but when police investigated Pi's tip, they would uncover the next significant clue that would enable them to solve this confounding case and identify the person who had poisoned Peggy and her family. Pi was trying to explain himself as he sat in the questioning room when he suddenly recalled an incident that had occurred a few weeks prior to Peggy's illness. One day, Dwayne, Peggy's son, went to check the mail and discovered a printed note addressed to Pi. The note said, "You and your so-called family have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die. This is no joke." Peggy and Pi thought the death threat was a joke from some naughty teenagers. But now that the whole family had been poisoned, it appeared that the note might not have been a joke. It could have come from the poisoner of the Carrs. When authorities started looking into the note, they discovered a few details that quickly led them to believe that the sender was familiar with Pi and his family. For instance, the sender had correctly typed Pi's name as Pi instead of Pi, which is how most people would spell it. Armed with this fresh lead, police started questioning hundreds of people in Alturas to see if anyone had a motive to despise the Carrs and want them killed. But neighbors looked out for one another in a small, tight-knit town like Alturas. Police decided to approach FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to assist in creating a profile of the likely criminal after failing to identify anyone with a motivation to harm the Carrs. Agent Young assumed that a person who killed someone with poison was probably someone who had been wronged and wanted to make amends. Additionally, the undetectable form of thallium was the particular kind that was used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles. It was pricey. You couldn't just walk into the store and buy it. This demonstrated that the offender was bright and had a solid understanding of chemistry. In light of this, investigators eliminated potential possibilities until they arrived at George Trapal and Diana Carr, the Carrs' neighbors. January 23, 1949 was George Trapal's birthday. He had several degrees and worked as a computer programmer and scientist. He established a thriving orthopedic surgery practice in Alturas with his wife Diana Carr, who was not related to Pi Carr. George was a calm man who rarely left the house, but he wasn't always so easygoing. Diana, on the other hand, was more gregarious and had a very strong personality. During his time at Clemson University in South Carolina in the 1970s, George enjoyed using drugs and was always open to sharing his stash with others, whether or not they gave their permission. It became a habit for George and his buddies to pick up hitchhikers and give them cookies or brownies laced with drugs to see how they would respond. He was given a 3-year sentence in federal prison in 1975 for operating a sizable methamphetamine lab. The fact that thallium was one of the results of George's meth cooking procedure was intriguing. George also read police manuals as a habit. He saw himself as an authority on how to handle crime scenes. Living next to George and Diana wasn't exactly the ideal option. From complaining that their dogs were barking too loudly to claiming that Peggy and Pi and their kids were laughing or playing music too loudly, they were constantly having issues with them. The cars were a nuisance to Diana and George, and despite Peggy's best efforts, they were never on good terms. Diana would constantly gripe about the cars, whom she particularly detested. George, however, appeared more amiable. In private, George detested the cars just as much as his wife did, but he waved and grinned at them and did not gripe as much. George accused Pi of breaking zoning restrictions in March 1988 when he attempted to turn his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter Jolena and her infant daughter. As usual, Diana raced to the car house to complain 2 days before Peggy became ill. When they reprimanded her, she yelled, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." In addition to being highly successful in their respective industries, George and Diana were exceptionally bright individuals who belonged to the esteemed Mensa organization. A lawyer called Roland Barrel and his buddy Dr. Lance Ware established Mensa in 1946. It is an elite club for very clever people who score in the top 2% of the general population on a particular IQ test. Applicants must pass a battery of unique IQ tests in order to be admitted to Mensa, and passing these tests alone does not ensure membership. After being accepted, members frequently host debates, seminars, gatherings, discussion panels, and other get-togethers to exchange ideas and have thought-provoking discussions. Despite having its headquarters in England, Mensa has locations all over the world. George and Diana were members of the Mensa branch in Florida, which hosted monthly entertaining and thought-provoking events known as Murder Mystery Weekends. Over the course of a weekend, members would alternately plan a crime mystery that the other members would attempt to solve. All of the members would spend that weekend at a remote place, such as a hotel or inn, where they would stay and contribute to the murder mystery. A middle-aged woman called Sherry Gwen joined the Mensa Florida branch in April 1989, just a few weeks after Peggy passed away. Sherry had fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She felt a sense of belonging after joining Mensa, and she quickly grew close to George and Diana. George and Diana took turns organizing the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's Murder Mystery Weekend the month Sherry joined Mensa. George, who was currently 40 years old, took this duty very seriously and worked for weeks to craft the ideal crime. All of the members had a difficult time attempting to solve the case and find the murder weapon, but their Murder Mystery Weekend was a huge success. Sherry, however, was captivated when George eventually revealed the murder weapon to the gathering. In an attempt to find out everything George knew about the murder weapon and what would happen if it were used in real life, she would spend hours discussing it with him. George, who was sometimes eclipsed by his wife, was impressed by Sherry's attention and was pleased to respond to all of her inquiries. Diana relocated her medical business from Alturas to Sebring, a nearby town, in December 1989. Thus, she and George also made the decision to relocate there. Since they hadn't sold their house yet, Sherry requested if she might rent it as soon as she heard about it. Almost the whole Alturas Police Department swarmed into the house as soon as Sherry moved in. In reality, Sherry Gwynn was not a divorced woman who fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She was an undercover police officer tasked with looking into Diana Carr and George Trappell. Her real name was Susan Gorek. George was interrogated by police as part of their preliminary inquiry. When asked if he knew anyone who might want to harm the Carrs, he appeared modest and reticent, but he claimed that someone must have wanted them to leave the area. The death threat Pi had received weeks prior to Peggy's illness was reflected in this remark. Police became suspicious of George after learning of the fights between the Trappells and Carrs. He also resembled the FBI's description of the offender, which was a white man with a high level of intelligence who avoided confrontation and had a meek nature. Susan Gorek had been tasked with looking into them. Susan thought George was probably the murderer when she learned that thallium poisoning was the murder weapon George employed to plot his murder mystery. Additionally, he printed a pamphlet explaining the murder in this mystery, which stated, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, 'I don't like you, move or else.'" She thus requested assistance and directed a search of the house as soon as he and Diana left. The cops discovered a wealth of chemicals, including thallium, in the garage. They also learned that George had machines to take off and put back the bottle caps, since he frequently brewed his own beer. Investigators concluded that George chose to get rid of his neighbors because he had finally had enough of them. He was able to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the car's kitchen, had the resources and motivation to conduct the crime, and fit the profile. People in the neighborhood of Alturas rarely closed their doors, and it was common to walk by and greet a neighbor. The police had sufficient evidence to bring George in for interrogation. George was bashful and avoided making eye contact with the interrogating officers when he first arrived at the Alturas police station. Despite all the evidence, he insisted he was not involved in the poisoning. The investigators didn't believe it. 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of food or water poisoning, and 1 act of tampering with a consumer product were among the charges brought against Treppel on April 5, 1990. These 15 criminal charges, which included first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, food or water poisoning, and product tampering, were tried against George in January 1991. Following a 4-week trial that took place between January 7 and February 7, 1991, the jury found George guilty on all counts. He received a death sentence. George is still incarcerated at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida, on death row today. George has appealed the FBI's investigation process and the reliability of the state's witnesses on multiple occasions, but each time his pleas have been rejected. Deanna Carr never faced any charges. She will eventually remarry after divorcing George in 1996. Since learning that the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and almost killed Dwayne has been brought to justice, Peggy's children, Alan, Jelena, and Dwayne, have moved on. Peggy's life had been extremely difficult for a long time, and just as things were starting to improve, a neighbor who simply didn't like her and her family cruelly took her life away. At least her family can finally move on knowing that she received justice. However, do you believe Deanna Carr ought to have faced charges of murder, or at least attempted murder as well? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The American summer peaked in mid-July 1980. Law enforcement personnel in Kern and Ventura County, Central California, had to cope with 2 homicides that happened within days of one another on July 15 and 18, as the rest of the nation struggled with the heat. For decades, the murder mystery remained unresolved, until DNA technology filled in the gaps, giving police the advantage they needed to apprehend a deranged murderer. However, who were the victims, and how did they relate to each other? Today, the connected cases of the Kern County and Ventura County Jane Does transport us back to California in the 1980s. From golden beaches to glitzy cities, California has it all: sun, sand, surf, and mountains. Unquestionably, the West Coast state draws visitors from all around the world throughout the year. California offers something for everyone, whether you want to spend a day mingling with celebrities in sun-kissed Los Angeles as you walk down the Walk of Fame, or spend an afternoon admiring the vibrant environment of Venice Beach. However, despite its allure, California has a troubled past. Today, we examine 2 of these mysteries. A group of Delano, California maintenance workers headed through the almond orchard on the morning of July 15, 1980, in preparation for another workday. They noticed what seemed like a person sleeping on the ground, curled up in a fetal posture as they got closer to the 13th row of trees. They had to do a more thorough inspection out of curiosity, and what they found shocked them so much that they hurried to call the police right away. The body belonged to a woman who had obviously been murdered. After arriving to the almond plantation, teams of detectives and crime scene professionals started to rope off the property so they could start their investigation. It seems that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American. The absence of blood at the location was noted by investigators almost away, and they soon discovered tire tracks leading to and from the body. A bottle of abandoned Michelob beer was another hint. They speculated that their victim would have been picked up from Ruby's, a pub in Lemoore, which is an hour's drive from the farm. They started their inquiry right once, looking for hints about her identity throughout the farm. While other teams searched the fields, detectives were sent to Ruby's to question employees and customers about the woman's identification or any unusual conduct. By the afternoon, detectives had not located any of her personal items, and those they had questioned were unable to tell them much about the woman. For a post-mortem examination, the body was taken to the county mortuary. A day prior to her discovery, investigators concluded that she had been murdered. Before she was stabbed, she had been attacked. With 9 defensive wounds on her arms and shoulders and 18 stab wounds to her chest, it was excessive. Investigators could see that she put up a strong fight against her assailant. Her essential organs had been perforated, and sharp force trauma was listed as the cause of death. Her fingerprints were collected and sent to the crime lab without any kind of identification. Nevertheless, no records were identified when her prints were run through other databases. In an attempt to identify her, the coroner started looking through the body for hints. There were scars on her abdomen, which the examiner thought might have been from an operation or childbirth, and there was scarring on her buttocks. She had 2 distinctive tattoos. One was a heart with the words, "I love you, Shirley," and Seattle. The other just said, "Mother and I love you." Because of an injury to her upper leg, she also wore a prosthetic left leg. She had lost all of her upper teeth, which appeared to have been extracted medically. Her blood alcohol level was 0.3%, according to the toxicology report, indicating that she had been inebriated. The idea that she might have been picked up from the bar Ruby's was reinforced by this. The examiner's findings were used to create a thorough profile. She was 5 feet and 4 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and was thought to be between the ages of 25 and 35. She was Native American and had black hair that was slightly curled. There were indications on her physique that she may have given birth at least once. According to the tattoo, she was born in Seattle, Washington, and Shirley was either her real name or the name of a loved one. She was dressed in a pink top, blue jeans, blue socks, and white shoes when she passed away. Her body was given the placeholder name Kern County Jane Doe and held in the county mortuary until she could be identified. Additionally, investigators produced plaster impressions of the tire tracks discovered close to the victim's body and removed fingerprints from the abandoned beer bottle discovered at the scene. The victim's clothing was also removed by the forensics team, who were able to recover biological material from it. In order to screen for potential DNA that might have been transferred during the attack, they also asked the medical examiner to submit the victim's nail clippings. While the investigation was ongoing, all of these were sent for DNA profiling. However, she was only the initial casualty in what would turn out to be a multi-decade mystery. Authorities were notified of another homicide in nearby Ventura County 3 days after the Kern County Jane Doe was found. On July 18, 1980, the body of another woman was found in the Westlake parking lot of Thousand Oaks High School. Investigators discovered that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American when they got there. She had multiple apparent defense wounds on her arms and had been partially undressed. Since there was not much blood found close to the crime scene, a search revealed that she had been slain somewhere else. A trail of blood from the edge of the tarmac surface to the body's location suggested that she had been dragged from a car and taken to the parking lot. Investigators knew that nearby Kern County had seen a similar attack 3 days earlier. At the time, investigators did not think the 2 crime sites were connected, despite their obvious parallels. Investigators searched the surrounding area but were unable to find any hints because they could not find any tire tracks or the victim's personal things close to the crime site. When questioned, the school custodian who discovered the body was only able to say that he had discovered her while performing his regular tasks at the school. At the moment, detectives could not help but notice that she was also pregnant. Her remains were forwarded to the county coroner for additional analysis. The woman was killed 12 hours prior to her body being found, according to the medical examiner at the coroner's office. She had died by strangulation after being stabbed 16 times. The victim had also been viciously attacked. She had battled her attacker to the very last, as evidenced by the wounds on her arm. According to the coroner, she was in the 20-30 age group. She weighed between 100 and 115 pounds and was reported to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 3 inches tall. Investigators were given a thorough profile by the coroner, which included a description of the woman and identifiable body marks. With some Hispanic, Caucasian, Sub-Saharan, and Asian descent, the victim was predominantly Native American. She had penciled eyebrows because she had chopped off her natural brows, brown eyes and black hair with bleach blonde tips. She had her ears pierced and had extensive dental work done. She had a number of birthmarks and scars, including a scar on her left knee and 2 scars from vaccinations on her left arm. She was 5 months pregnant with a boy, they were able to ascertain. Before the attack, the infant had seemed to be healthy and had received the right prenatal care. Additionally, an episiotomy scar indicated that she might have previously given birth to at least 1 child. Like the Kern County Jane Doe, she had no criminal history, and a search of national databases yielded no results, despite taking her fingerprints. The victim had been wearing red jeans, a black bra, white underwear, and a white t-shirt. Her fingernail clippings and these were also collected and sent to be tested for foreign DNA that might be used to identify her killer. While detectives awaited the results, DNA was also taken from the fetus to do a paternity test. She was given the fictitious name Ventura County Jane Doe by the county coroner. Authorities in Ventura County and Kern County put in a lot of effort over the course of the following several weeks to identify both women. Officials from Kern County went back to the pub and spoke with other local residents. Additionally, investigators appealed to anyone who might have known Jane Doe through the local media. At that point, a female caller who wished to remain anonymous and claimed to know the woman discovered in the orchard gave them a tip. The caller said that she worked as a server at a bar, went by the name Becky or Rebecca Ochoa, and had tattoos that resembled the victim's. But this tip did not lead to anything. According to several witnesses, she had been spotted in and near Lemoore for a few weeks before to her passing. These witnesses stated that the victim had been a farmhand at a nearby apple orchard. This lead did not yield any valuable information either. Investigators eventually started going to nearby tattoo parlors in the hopes that they would identify the victim and recognize the work. Although he did not personally know the work, a Bakersfield tattoo artist gave information to a tattoo parlor in Los Angeles that employed a similar method in their works. He added that there was a sizable Native American population in the region. Detectives headed to Los Angeles to follow this clue. They were back to square one after questioning the artists in the parlor and discovering that their Jane Doe had no connections to the region. Detectives in Ventura County operated under the hypothesis that Jane Doe had been abducted while hitchhiking in the vicinity of Visalia, California's College of the Sequoias. In contrast to the Kern County Jane Doe, no one appeared to remember their victim, so investigators likewise turned to the media to learn more about them. Despite distributing her dental records to many dental labs, no match was found. Without fresh leads, these paths were rapidly becoming less viable. When the paternity tests from the unborn child likewise came up empty, investigators' hopes were crushed once more. A profile that may be connected to pre-existing criminal profiles in the CODIS database was created using the DNA taken from the fetus. The father of the child, however, did not appear to have a criminal record. In the 1980s, cSDNA testing was still in its infancy, and detectives had tried every available avenue to identify both women. Despite being buried in county cemeteries, the investigators never forgot the Jane Doe's story and kept trying to re-identify them. It was found that the foreign DNA from both ladies belonged to an unidentified male. However, because they thought the killings were a coincidence, investigators kept the two cases apart. This was put away, and investigators who were tasked with handling the cold cases in both counties would periodically submit DNA results over the course of the following 30 years. A new perspective meant a different method of handling the problem. Since 1980, investigators were certain that the murderer would have committed other crimes. It was plausible that their suspect was now on their systems due to technological improvements. The DNA collected from their Jane Doe was ultimately matched by Kern County officials in 2008. Wilson Chuest, a 51-year-old guy who was already detained in California, has been connected to it. On December 2, 1951, Wilson Claude Chuest Jr. was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Wilson reportedly had a difficult upbringing because his parents were constantly at war with one another. Wilson's childhood dreams of becoming a priest were shattered when he was expelled from a Catholic school for assaulting a fellow student. Before long, he succumbed to his darker side and started consuming drugs. He enlisted in the army at the age of 18, but was released because he was considered unfit for duty. Wilson made the decision to marry and go to Los Angeles in 1969 after coming home. Wilson's move to crime revealed rifts in the marriage, despite the fact that the pair appeared content and even had a daughter. In October 1977, he committed his first significant offense. A young woman who had been standing on the side of a road in Los Angeles had been offered a lift by him. After she climbed in, he kidnapped her and took her to a faraway place. Wilson then attacked her and tried to kill her by strangulation. When she went unconscious, he figured she was dead. She regained consciousness after he abandoned her body in a ditch and reported him right away to the closest police station. Wilson, unable to avoid the allegations, struck a bargain with the prosecution and was accused of kidnapping in November 1977. Although he was granted parole in June 1980, it was short-lived. 2 months after being freed in August 1980, he robbed someone. He made another attempt to kidnap a woman outside Visalia's College of the Sequoias that same month. He had threatened to use violence against her if she didn't comply, but 2 witnesses, who happened to be passing by at the same moment, stopped his plan. After she told him she was married, he released the woman he had kidnapped and assaulted in September 1980. In the end, he was apprehended, found guilty of all 3 offenses and given a 12-year-to-life term that same year. However, Wilson served 24 years before being granted release in 2004. However, after determining that he exhibited no remorse, the committee changed their mind. However, in 2016, he was eligible for another parole hearing. Investigators were able to connect Wilson's DNA to the DNA profile found on the Kern County Jane Doe while he was still incarcerated. He was not charged right away, though, and no explanation was ever provided. After learning that Wilson was connected to an unsolved murder in Kern County in July 1980, Ventura County officials sent the DNA profile of their cold case suspect to CODIS in 2012 so that it could be compared to any potential matches to inmates already listed on the system. It was a match in January 2013. DNA from their Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails had also connected her to Wilson Shuis. Investigators in both counties were perplexed by it because they had spent years looking into 2 instances that had striking parallels but were never connected. However, the struggle for justice was far from ended. DNA had not been able to identify both Jane Does, despite having connected Wilson to both killings. One of the lawyers decided not to pursue the cold case with unidentified victims when the case was handed to the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. However, John Barrick, a senior deputy district attorney, was unwilling to give up. Wilson was to be prosecuted for the killings of Jane Does in Ventura County. "I don't have to prove their identity under the laws of murder. All I need to do is demonstrate that they are human," he thought. "I felt it was worth the effort because if we don't, these women, even if we don't know their names, will never receive the justice they deserve, and there's a good chance Wilson will escape, and that is not a person who deserves to be out among law-abiding citizens," Barrick stated. On September 23, 2015, a court order sent Wilson Shuis to Ventura County while he was still in detention. He was charged and arrested on 3 counts of murder while he was being detained at the county jail, the deaths of Jane Does and her unborn child. Wilson initially denied any involvement in the attacks and killings of the 2 ladies. Barrick and a number of prosecutors from Ventura County and Kern County spent the next 3 years trying to make Wilson pay for his crimes by presenting a strong case. He was put on trial on May 14, 2018. In court testimony, 3 of the women who survived his attacks characterized Wilson as a predator. Their accounts were similar in that Wilson had approached them and enticed them into his vehicle. Patrick Scott Bell also came forward as a witness. In 1980, Patrick was a teenager who frequently stayed with Chowis, a family friend. He described to the court how Wilson had admitted to him that he had murdered an unidentified woman and disposed of her remains. He added that one evening, he and his brothers had assisted Wilson in cleaning his car, and that when their mother questioned them, Carolyn Bell had made up the story that Wilson had struck a deer. Carolyn Bell confirmed this confession in court, as well as in a prior 2013 interview. Prosecutors used tangible evidence discovered at the Kern County crime scene following the confessions. Wilson had previously been identified by DNA and fingerprints recovered from the abandoned beer bottle. Additionally, a positive match was found in the DNA taken from the Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails. Andrei Ninjev, Wilson's defense lawyer, made a feeble claim when he claimed that his client and the women had agreed to intimacy. Additionally, he contended that there was no tangible proof of Wilson's presence at the Ventura County crime scene. On May 31, 2018, Wilson was convicted of killing both adult victims following a 2-week trial. The jury returned a guilty verdict with a unanimous vote. They were unable to convict him of the unborn child's murder, though, because the legislation the prosecution cited to support their case had not been amended since 1994. Wilson's age and the dearth of witnesses who could testify on his favor prevented the death sentence from being sought. Wilson was given 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release on July 12, 2018. The California Substance Abuse Treatment Facility and State Prison in Corcoran is where he is presently completing his term. Wilson was found guilty and charged with killing both Jane Does, but this did not help detectives get their names back. However, since the 1980s, DNA testing has made significant progress. Steve Rhodes, a cold case investigator in Ventura County, was aware that suspects in cold cases that had been unsolved for decades were being identified using a novel genetic genealogy testing technique. It could undoubtedly assist in identifying the victims. It had placed the Golden State Killer in jail. Both Kern County and Ventura County officials sent their DNA samples for genetic analysis in collaboration with the DNA Doe Project, DDP, an all-volunteer organization that uses genetic genealogy to identify John and Jane Does. To date, one of the victims of serial killer John Wayne Gacy has been positively identified by the DDP. Southern Texas, Central Mexico, Northern New Mexico, Indigenous California, and Guatemala are among those mentioned on their website and Facebook page. Family members have yet to identify her. Investigators were able to identify her unborn child's father in 2021. He is thought to be a Honduran immigrant with connections to the Central American population in Los Angeles' Koreatown neighborhood. Investigators couldn't get in touch with him to find out anything about their Jane Doe. However, they are aggressively looking for any leads and are encouraging family members to come forward and provide their DNA. Finding anything useful for the Kern County Jane Doe was a little more challenging because the DNA recovered had deteriorated over time. In May 2019, she started her inquiry. The victim was indigenous, according to the DDP, and her parents were probably from Mesquakis, Alberta, Canada. The issue was that very few Native Americans had given genealogical websites their DNA profiles. To aid in the case's resolution, a request was posted on the DDP Facebook page for anyone of Indigenous heritage to submit their DNA. Violet Sousa, who had spent decades looking for her missing aunt Shirley Ann Sousa, saw this appeal. In February 2020, Violet sent her DNA to GeneMatch. In April 2021, the DNA Doe Project announced that Shirley Ann Sousa had finally been identified after tests revealed that Violet was, in fact, a close relative of the Kern County Jane Doe. When she was slain, she was 35 years old. On February 6, 1945, Shirley was born in Alberta, Canada, on the Sampson Cree Nation Reserve. Each of her 7 siblings belonged to a close-knit family. When Shirley's father died, she was just 14 years old. Due to their inability to manage the duties involved in ranch maintenance, the family experienced financial troubles. In order to provide for her family, she ultimately made the decision to leave the reservation in pursuit of employment. Shirley ended up relocating to Vancouver, British Columbia, instead of her original plan to relocate to Edmonton, which is nearby. She would later marry Adam Miskew here in 1963, and the two of them had a girl and 2 boys. However, things did not get any simpler. Her marriage failed after a few tumultuous years, and her 3 children were removed and placed in foster care before being adopted. She ended up destitute after failing to reclaim custody of her kids. In order to deal with her depression, Shirley resorted to substance addiction and drinking. Her family had observed the shift in her behavior, but she occasionally went back to Alberta. When she returned for her brother's burial in 1977, it was the last time her family saw her. She mentioned that she would be seeing a friend in Seattle, Washington, but she stated that she did not want to go back to Alberta. Shirley's mother allegedly encouraged her daughter to get a tattoo that would help people recognize her and help them find her in the event of an emergency. Shirley continued to correspond with her family, but after June 1980 she stopped. After decades of searching the Vancouver region, Family members finally turned to visiting cemeteries since they thought she had passed away. Violet Sousa claimed that after the finding, she had promised her grandma that she would track down Shirley and bring her back to the family. On May 26, 2022, her remains were transported by air to Edmonton Airport. Members of California's Tule River tribe performed songs and offered blessings during a ritual before her casket was given back to her family. They were joined in bidding their final goodbyes by representatives from the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Violet felt relieved that she could finally keep her word. Shirley Ann Sousa was buried on May 27, 2022, in Riverside Cemetery, where her family is buried. In order to enable Indigenous people to perform their own forensic investigations, Violet now advocates for them to receive training in DNA research. She is still collaborating with investigators to use a genetic genealogy database to assist other Indigenous families in locating their missing loved ones. "I want to give people in similar situations to that hope," she said. Even though the task looked unachievable in 1980, investigators' relentless pursuit of justice, along with developments in DNA testing and technology, has finally brought a killer to justice and offered peace to a family that had been looking for their loved one for far too long. Over half of the war has already been won. However, there is still hope for finding the Ventura County Jane Doe as technology advances. The instance of today has demonstrated that unwavering perseverance can produce incredible outcomes. How do you feel about the advancements in technology that have helped locate and provide closure to families who have been looking for answers regarding the location of their missing loved ones for years? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwong had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwong rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwong to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwong's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwong Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwong. Maribel's relationship with Kwong had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi-joy's connection had changed, from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos's disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwang had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwang's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwang. Kwang returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwang was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwang's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwang simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwang into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwang no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwang was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwang might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwang and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwang must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwang had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle. But there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwang to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwang had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwang had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwang entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Even in the most loving and tight-knit families, disagreements, misunderstandings, and conflicts can arise. Yet, it's often within the family that people seek comfort, support, and validation. But the closer the bonds, the more dangerous and unforgiving things can become. The story of a young woman named Anjana Lama Mahat is both disturbing and deeply unsettling in its intensity. The crime took place inside the walls of a luxurious home owned by a well-respected family. Everyone involved hoped to sweep the matter under the rug, allegedly going so far as to offer bribes to law enforcement. What makes this case even more shocking is that the Mahat family had always been seen as a picture of success and harmony. They never aired their grievances in public, and that's exactly why what happened took everyone by surprise. Anjana Lama was born on August 26, 1995, in the small industrial town of Hetauda, located in the southern central region of Nepal. She was the eldest in a large family with limited financial means. Growing up, she helped raise her 3 younger sisters and her brother, taking on responsibilities well beyond her years. She also supported her mother with household chores, cleaning, doing laundry, and learning to cook at an early age. From a young age, Anjana had a special charm that made her stand out. Her kind and caring nature, combined with a warm personality, drew people in. She was friendly, always willing to lend a hand, and had a natural ability to connect with others, whether classmates, neighbors, or strangers. Academically, Anjana was a solid student. While not at the top of her class, her teachers consistently noted her intelligence, determination, and mature attitude toward her studies. Everyone believed she had a bright future ahead. With her striking looks and slim, athletic figure, Anjana began attracting attention during her teen years, but it wasn't just her appearance that made her popular. She had a fun, light-hearted personality and could easily become the life of any social gathering. She avoided confrontation and always tried to resolve disagreements peacefully. Anjana had a real talent for drawing and dreamed of becoming an artist, fashion designer, or working in the beauty industry. She had all the potential to succeed, but she couldn't rely on financial support or connections from her family. Everything she achieved would have to come from her own hard work. While still in school, she met a young man named Prajwal Mahat, who was a year older. He came from a high-stoppage Chetri family, while Anjana's background was from the Tamang ethnic group, historically of Mongolian descent. His parents, Pushpa and Kamal Bahadur, were wealthy, well-known, and highly respected in the community. His older brother Ujjwal was a successful sound producer and had even worked on promoting one of Nepal's most famous songs, Suna Seli. From the start, there was a strong mutual attraction between Anjana and Prajwal. They became close friends and started spending more and more time together. They shared many interests, hobbies, and ambitions. Still, they initially kept their distance, knowing that their different backgrounds made any relationship between them socially unacceptable. But as time passed, their bond deepened into something much more than friendship. They couldn't imagine being apart and made a promise to stay together no matter what, even if it meant going against deeply rooted traditions. Naturally, when their relationship came to light, both families strongly opposed it and forbade them from seeing each other. Ujjwal, Prajwal's older brother, was the only one willing to support the couple. Touched by their story and believing in the sincerity of their feelings, he agreed to help them. They came up with a plan to leave quietly and arranged a private wedding. Ujjwal even paid for the ceremony out of his own pocket. His intentions were noble, but once news of the marriage broke, it sparked a serious family scandal. The couple tied the knot in late 2016. Anjana was 21 years old at the time, and her new husband had just turned 22. For the first few months, the newlyweds had to move from one low-cost rental apartment to another, without stable jobs or reliable income. They relied heavily on Ujjwal's financial help. Prajwal was doing his best to find employment, but the only opportunities he could secure were short-term and low-paying gigs. In early February 2017, Prajwal received a call from his mother, Pushpa. They talked for several hours. She tried to convince her younger son to come back home, but he made it clear he wouldn't go anywhere without his wife. Eventually, it was agreed that both he and Anjana would move into the Mahat family home, a large estate located in the bustling city of Lalitpur. Prajwal was the youngest child in the family. His 2 older sisters were already married and had moved in with their husbands at the Mahat residence. The household now included his parents, his brother Ujjwal, Ujjwal's wife Ashwarya, and their son Santosh. Anjana's first few months in her new home were far from welcoming. She constantly felt out of place and sensed an unspoken hostility from almost everyone around her. She had no idea how to earn the approval of her in-laws, and it was clear she wasn't fully accepted. Things were made even more difficult by the fact that she had no one to confide in. Her own parents were still upset with her and weren't even speaking over the phone. During a major holiday, when the Mahat home was filled with extended family, longtime friends, and business associates of Kamal Bahadur, Anjana wasn't even allowed to come out of her room. It was painfully obvious that the family was ashamed to introduce her to their guests due to her less prestigious background. The slight was devastating, and she spent the entire evening alone, crying behind closed doors. Despite everything, Anjana tried her best to be kind and respectful. She never raised her voice, never argued, and did all she could to fit in. Soon after they settled in, the family patriarch arranged a job for Prajwal at one of the major companies he worked with. It was a way of giving his son some independence while still keeping him under close watch. Prajwal quickly began to succeed, earning respect, climbing the corporate ladder, and bringing in a decent income. The Mahat household ran on strict rules that applied to everyone, even with house staff and domestic help. Every family member had specific responsibilities. Disrupting the order was not acceptable. Each morning, the adults left for work, and the kids went off to school. Only Anjana stayed behind. She had yet to find a job, and her in-laws didn't seem in any hurry to assist her in getting one. In May 2017, Anjana told her husband that she was finally ready to chase a dream she had carried with her for years, opening a small beauty salon in their neighborhood. She had already found a location for lease, researched the details, assessed the market demand for the services she wanted to offer, and even put together a business plan. But there was one problem. She didn't have the startup capital to make it happen. At that point, Prajwal had started earning a decent income and had managed to set some money aside, but it still wasn't enough. He turned to his parents for help, but they refused, skeptical that Anjana's idea could succeed. Once again, Ujjwal stepped in. He believed in her vision and provided the funds she needed to get her business off the ground. Anjana threw herself into the project with incredible passion. She poured her heart into the salon, and it didn't take long before it started to pay off. The business became profitable rather quickly. Her success didn't go unnoticed. Her in-laws, who had once doubted her, now saw her in a whole new light. They began to recognize her as an independent, ambitious, and intelligent woman with a natural talent for business. Over time, the Mahat family's attitude toward Anjana changed. They started to value her opinions, show her genuine respect, and eventually accepted and embraced her as part of the family. For the first time, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. However, one thing still weighed on her. She hadn't reconnected with her own parents, and the silence between them remained unbroken. That's when Anjana came up with an idea. Her younger brother had just graduated from school, and she suggested he move to Lalitpur to attend one of the city's universities, where he would have far more opportunities than in their rural hometown. The plan was for him to live with Anjana and Prajwal in the Mahat family home, under her care and guidance. Prajwal's parents didn't object to the idea. In fact, they were open to welcoming the teenager into their household. To finalize everything, both families decided to meet in person. During this conversation, Anjana's parents saw firsthand that the Mahats were supportive and willing to provide a good environment for their son while he pursued his education. This meeting opened the door for reconciliation. Anjana was finally able to reconnect with her parents, and the misunderstandings and tension between them began to fade. From that point on, the two families stayed in close contact. Anjana and Prajwal made regular visits, and Anjana spoke with her mother almost daily. Her brother enrolled in a respected university, and the Mahat household welcomed him with warmth and kindness. As social media began to take off in Nepal, Anjana created several personal accounts across different platforms. The one that really stood out to her was TikTok. She began posting short videos showing the day-to-day life of her beauty salon, sharing skincare routines, product reviews, and tips on creating stylish looks. With her striking appearance, charisma, and confidence, Anjana quickly gained attention online. Her content started to go viral, and her follower count climbed into the tens of thousands. Viewers admired her radiant, almost Hollywood-like beauty, flooded her comment sections with compliments, and trusted her advice. Her online presence became an extension of her growing influence in both business and lifestyle. At one point, Anjana caught the attention of a modeling agency. They began offering her opportunities to participate in various photo shoots, promotional campaigns, and runway shows. For Anjana, it felt like a dream come true, something she had only fantasized about in her younger years. She seized every chance to put herself out there and quickly became a local celebrity. Confident and composed in front of the camera, Anjana embraced her new role. She experimented with a wide range of styles, including some daring and bold looks. Her modeling fees increased rapidly, and before long, her beauty salon started taking a back seat. Eventually, she closed the business altogether. Modeling had become her full-time career, and it was significantly more lucrative. Her popularity continued to soar, reaching far beyond the borders of Nepal. International modeling agencies began expressing interest in her work, offering attractive contracts and opportunities abroad. She and her husband started seriously considering a move overseas. Their top choice was Canada, and soon the couple began preparing for the transition. When they broke the news to their families, the reactions were calm but cautious. While neither set of parents was thrilled about the idea of them moving so far away, no one tried to stop them. In fact, both families offered their support in helping the couple pursue their dream. Back in 2018, Ujwal had begun facing serious health complications following a prolonged illness. He started losing his hearing at a rapid pace, and by the end of the year, he was no longer able to work as a sound engineer. It was a devastating blow, but during this difficult time, Prajwal was his greatest support, helping him stay afloat. Emotionally, news of Prajwal's potential move to another country came as yet another emotional shock to Ujwal. Adding fuel to the fire was Ujwal's wife, Aishwarya. It's important to note that their marriage had been arranged. His parents had selected Aishwarya from a wealthy and influential family. She carried herself with pride and a sense of superiority. From the moment Anjana moved into the Mahat family home, Aishwarya took a strong dislike to her. She often made it clear that she believed Anjana didn't belong in their circle. Things eventually seemed to calm down, but when Anjana successfully launched her beauty salon and began to gain recognition, Aishwarya's jealousy began to show. The tension intensified when Anjana transitioned into modeling and started to thrive. She was young, beautiful, successful, and had built her career from the ground up. Even Anjana's in-laws, once skeptical, had grown to respect her deeply and considered her their favorite. Aishwarya, on the other hand, was consumed with resentment over Anjana's rising success. Fueled by bitterness, Aishwarya started spreading gossip and creating divisions within the family. She painted a damaging picture of Anjana, claiming that her modeling career was a cover for questionable behavior and alleged secret relationships. To back up her claims, she showed the in-laws photos of Anjana from swimsuit advertisements and insisted that such images were inappropriate for a married woman. Aishwarya had stirred up family drama on more than one occasion, but each time, Anjana's husband stood by her and managed to de-escalate the situation. Over time, the rest of the family grew tired of Aishwarya's provocations, and her emotional outbursts were no longer taken seriously. That's when she shifted her focus to her own husband, Ujwal, trying to turn him against Anjana. The situation worsened dramatically when Ujwal's illness forced him to stop working. Now spending most of his time at home, he became a captive audience for Aishwarya's ongoing complaints. She continually painted Anjana in a negative light, accusing her of causing rifts within the family. When she learned that Anjana and Prajwal were preparing to move to Canada, her frustration boiled over. Blinded by envy and resentment, Aishwarya began telling Ujwal that Anjana was tearing the family apart and planning to take Prajwal away for good. With his health failing and his younger brother being one of his few sources of emotional support, Ujwal started to believe that he was being abandoned, left alone, during the hardest time of his life. Anjana had previously shared with her parents how difficult things had become living under the same roof as Aishwarya. She explained that Aishwarya constantly tried to sabotage her and spread false rumors. Her mother advised her to stay calm, avoid reacting to hostility, and not to air the family's dirty laundry, insisting these were only temporary hardships. On May 9, 2019, around 4 p.m., the phone rang in the Lama household. Anjana's mother picked it up and heard the trembling voice of her in-law, who pleaded with her to come to the Mahat home. Immediately, the woman was crying and couldn't give clear answers. She just kept asking them to hurry. It was immediately clear that something terrible had happened. Although the distance between the two homes was just over 60 miles, a traffic accident on the highway caused massive delays. What should have taken about an hour ended up being a grueling 6-hour drive. By the time Anjana's parents arrived, The Mahat residence was surrounded by police cars and a growing crowd of onlookers, including neighbors and passers-by near the entrance. Anjana's younger brother sat with his back against the wall, his hands covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. It was clear that something irreversible had taken place, but the full scope was still unknown. One of the officers approached Anjana's father and asked him to come inside together. They walked up to a second-floor bedroom. What he saw next was so traumatic, so deeply disturbing, that it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying on the bed was the brutally disfigured body of his beloved daughter. The grief was overwhelming, his vision blurred by tears. His breath caught in his throat. He stumbled out of the house, barely able to process what he had just witnessed. His wife, seeing the agony on his face, instantly understood their daughter was gone. What had happened to Anjana wasn't just a crime. It was a calculated and brutal act. Her left hand had been severed entirely and lay on the floor. Her left leg above the knee had been almost completely detached, with a single blow from a sharp weapon. Her head was barely connected to her body, and her face was so badly injured that it was nearly unrecognizable. Devastated by what had happened, Anjana's parents demanded that the police arrest every member of the Mahat household, accusing them of conspiracy and involvement in the crime. But what they heard next from the officers left them stunned. The person responsible had already confessed, was in custody, and was providing a full statement at the station. The person behind the act was Ujwal, the same man who had once helped the young couple elope and whom Anjana had trusted as both a brother figure and a close friend. It turned out that under constant pressure from his wife, Ujwal had become convinced that Anjana was manipulative and greedy, determined to destroy the family and take Prajwal away to another country. With his declining health and lack of work, Ujwal dwelled on these thoughts every day. Eventually, his resentment boiled over. He began to see Anjana's cheerful demeanor and her preparations to move abroad as deeply offensive, and hatred took hold. On the day the tragedy occurred, Prajwal, his father, and Aishwarya had all gone to work. Santosh and Anjana's younger brother were at school. At home were only Anjana, Ujwal, and their mother, Pushpa, who wasn't feeling well and had gone to lie down. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Around noon, Anjana stepped outside to fill a container with water from the outdoor tap so she could water her beloved flowers near the house. She was in high spirits, humming a tune and dancing as she moved. From the balcony above, Ujwal watched her intently, trying to decide how to carry out what he had already resolved to do. When Anjana came back inside, she went to her bedroom and lay down with her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Ujwal was choosing his weapon. First, he picked up a large kitchen knife, but after handling it briefly, he decided it wasn't enough. He then went to the storage room, where, among the tools, was a kukri, a large, curved, traditional Nepali blade used by Gurkha soldiers. Armed with the kukri, Ujwal went upstairs and entered Anjana's room. She, still focused on her phone, casually asked what he needed. Instead of answering, he approached the bed. It wasn't until he raised the weapon that she realized something was terribly wrong. She instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, and the first blow severed her hand. Despite her screams and the horrific scene unfolding, Ujwal continued his attack, striking repeatedly. He didn't stop until he was sure there was no chance of survival. The final blow severed her head, leaving no doubt about the brutality of the act. The room was soaked in blood, as was Ujwal himself. Forensic experts later counted more than 15 wounds on her body, most of them fatal, even on their own. After the violent attack, Ujwal went to his mother's bedroom and calmly told her what he had done. In complete shock, she decided her first priority was to protect her son. She immediately called her husband and asked him to come home right away. Together, they contacted the police. But when officers arrived, the couple tried to pretend they didn't know the victim. It may have sounded naive or even absurd at first, but given the condition of the remains, identifying the victim was nearly impossible. However, police quickly narrowed down who the body likely belonged to. They refused to move forward without formal identification and requested that Anjana's parents come in for the process. Despite the devastating injuries, her father immediately recognized his daughter. Suspicion initially fell on all members of the Maha household, But Ujwal, realizing the legal danger his family faced, chose to confess. He claimed full responsibility, stating that he acted alone and that no one else in the home knew of his intentions. He gave a detailed account of what had happened, turned over the weapon used, and even handed in his blood-soaked clothes. In a disturbing twist, Ujwal had become so consumed by what he was doing that he failed to notice he had severed part of his own finger. It apparently happened during the final moments of the act, and he only realized the injury after stepping out of the room, trying to decide what to do next. Anjana's parents had long known about the toxic environment in her marital home. They were aware that Aishwarya, her brother-in-law's wife, held deep animosity toward her and had influenced others in the household against her. They believed she may have played a role in fueling Ujwal's anger and driving him to commit the crime. The Lama family demanded that Aishwarya also be arrested for incitement, but authorities declined. Ujwal continued to insist he acted alone and bore full responsibility. Ujwal's wealthy parents hired one of the top attorneys in the country, sparing no expense in hopes of reducing the consequences their son faced. They were willing to go to great lengths to protect their eldest, even if it meant interfering with the justice process. Prajwal, however, stood firmly with Anjana. Grieving parents, he demanded the harshest penalty for his brother, refusing to accept what had happened. The betrayal was immense. This was the same man who had once supported his marriage, shown kindness to Anjana, and played a key role in their early happiness. Prajwal simply couldn't comprehend how someone so close to them could transform into someone capable of such cruelty. What hurt him most was seeing his parents rally behind the person responsible. Their loyalty to Ujwal and their efforts to shield him from justice felt like a betrayal of both their daughter-in-law and their surviving son. Feeling abandoned by his own family, Prajwal joined Anjani's parents in their fight for justice. The attorney hired by the Mahat family worked tirelessly to delay the proceedings and protect his client, but Ujwal remained firm in his original confession, afraid that any change in his story might draw his wife or parents into the case. It took 2 full years for a verdict to be reached. When the trial finally concluded, Ujwal was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But the story didn't end there. Ujwal, along with his legal team, filed an appeal with a new legal strategy, hoping for a different outcome. This time, the defense attorney claimed that his client was suffering from a psychological condition that had worsened due to his hearing loss and the emotional toll of losing his career. The court ordered a series of psychiatric evaluations to assess the validity of the claim. However, after thorough examination, mental health professionals concluded that Ujwal was mentally stable, fully aware of his actions, and capable of understanding their consequences. As a result, the original sentence was upheld, and Ujwal was sent to prison to serve his life sentence, without the possibility of parole. As for Prajwal, he remained in Nepal until the legal process was over. He stood by Anjana's grieving parents, offering them support, and even testified in court against his own brother. Once the final verdict was delivered and justice had been served, Prajwal left the country. He flew to Canada, fulfilling the dream he and Anjana had once shared together. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When people live together for a long time, it's not uncommon for them to reach a breaking point in their relationship during these periods. Tensions often rise and mutual accusations start flying. Claims of manipulation, toxicity, controlling behavior, and even narcissism. But while some of these struggles may pass with time or counseling, there are situations where one partner, often a woman, remains trapped in a deeply destructive dynamic, facing emotional and physical mistreatment day after day. The real question is, how can we tell the difference between a temporary crisis and a situation where someone is in real danger? The Summers family became one of the most complex and debated legal battles in recent years, taking over 5 years to reach a conclusion. On the surface, they appeared to be a happy, united household, by all accounts a picture-perfect American family. But behind closed doors, what unfolded was something far more disturbing. What seemed like an ordinary domestic situation hid a reality so unsettling, many struggled to accept it was even possible. As the story unraveled, it was revealed that when the head of the family was faced with divorce proceedings initiated by his spouse, he refused to accept the separation. Instead, he devised a calculated plan to retaliate, one that went far beyond typical legal disputes. He manipulated his own sons and daughters into taking part in his scheme, turning them into instruments of control and convincing them that their actions were in the best interests of the family. Elisa Jill Summers was born on February 18, 1980, in a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a modest middle-class household. In 1995, at the age of 15, she met a boy named Trevor Stephen Summers, who was 2 years older. They both attended the same high school, often ran into each other outside of class, and shared many mutual friends. Their connection began as a friendship, hanging out at gatherings, talking between classes, and spending time with other students. As time went on, they grew closer, discovering shared interests and similar outlooks on life. However, they didn't start officially dating until 2 years after they first met. Their relationship developed gradually. Both were focused on finishing school and figuring out their paths in life. Their parents supported the relationship and approved of the person their son or daughter had chosen. Friends and classmates admired them as a sweet, balanced couple, sociable, kind, cheerful, and loved by many. They enjoyed planning thoughtful surprises for those around them and were often the center of attention in their friend groups, with some people even quietly envying their happiness. In 2001, 4 years after their romance began, they tied the knot. Elisa was 21, and Trevor had just turned 23 by then. They had already been through enough to feel confident in starting a life together. Everyone believed they were headed for a long, happy marriage. The newlyweds moved into a modest home in Philadelphia and quickly began building a life together. In 2003, they welcomed their first daughter, Arden. 3 years later, Elisa gave birth to their son, Landon. Over the next several years, their family grew to include 3 more daughters, Bree, and sons. Elisa chose to put her career on hold and devoted herself to raising their 5 kids and managing the household full-time. From the outside, the Summers appeared to be the definition of a happy, tight-knit family. And to be fair, in the early years that was the reality. But as time went on, things began to change, and not for the better. Trevor had taken on the role of sole provider early in their marriage, and as the family expanded, the pressure on him only increased. Elisa was a full-time stay-at-home mom, and the financial responsibilities fell squarely on Trevor's shoulders. In 2004, they moved to Florida, where he launched a landscaping company, but the business struggled from the start and eventually shut down just 3 years later. Following that, the family relocated to Alabama. There, Trevor opened a small used car rental and sales shop. Despite his efforts, that venture also failed every couple of years. The Summers family packed their belongings and moved to a new state so Trevor could attempt yet another business. But time after time, those attempts ended in failure. Over more than a decade, Trevor dabbled in a wide range of ventures: real estate, pool maintenance, flower and souvenir sales, but failure seemed to follow him at every turn. Each attempt left him deeper in debt, yet Elisa never lost faith in him. She stood by his side, offering unwavering support through every setback. No matter where they moved, the couple remained outgoing and friendly, quickly building new circles of acquaintances. Their home was always open to guests. Elisa cooked warm home-style meals, while Trevor enthusiastically pitched his next business idea, assuring everyone that this time it would work, that this project would finally bring them success. But as their household grew, it became harder and harder to make ends meet. Due to a poor credit history, Trevor was repeatedly denied loans, and aside from Elisa and their sons and daughters, no one really believed in his entrepreneurial dreams. He even asked relatives to co-sign loans, but most dismissed him as unreliable. In truth, Trevor struggled to commit to any one path and kept hopping from one idea to another, hoping that something would eventually pay off. In 2015, the family returned to Florida, this time planning to settle down for good. The constant moves had taken a toll. Arden and her siblings struggled to adjust to new schools, couldn't make lasting friendships, and were under a great deal of stress from the instability. The parents eventually decided to switch them to homeschooling, thinking it would solve the problem and offer some consistency. Their eldest daughter, Arden, helped Elisa manage the household and often looked after her younger brothers and sisters. She had always been what people might call a daddy's girl, incredibly close to Trevor. She trusted him completely and saw him as the best parent in the world, but over time the dynamic within the family began to shift. Although things were deteriorating, Elisa continued to pretend everything was fine. As Trevor's business ventures kept failing, he became more frustrated, anxious, and, at times, displayed troubling behavior. He started fearing that Elisa might leave him for someone more successful or financially secure. These thoughts began to consume him. Eventually, Trevor's behavior became increasingly controlling and domineering. He started accusing Elisa of being unfaithful, without any evidence. He grew suspicious of her every move, became jealous of anyone she spoke to, friends, neighbors, even casual acquaintances. Simple greetings on the street would spark confrontation. As tensions grew, Trevor demanded she delete her social media account and forbade her from creating new ones. He regularly checked her phone, reviewed her call logs and messages, and insisted that she remove every male contact, even longtime family friends. He also began controlling what she wore. At first, he told her not to wear certain outfits he considered too revealing, even though they weren't. Then he took over choosing her clothes entirely, forbidding her from using makeup and insisting she wear only modest, dull, and conservative outfits. Fragrances and any kind of jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, were no longer allowed. Trevor didn't stop there. He continued to tighten his control over Elisa in every aspect of her life. He banned her from driving, took away her phone, and eventually stopped letting her leave the house entirely. Whenever he stepped out, he would lock her inside, along with the younger sons and daughters. The only one allowed to come and go freely was their eldest daughter, Arden. Trevor often took her with him and tried to convince her that everything he was doing was for the good of the family. The head of the household monitored every detail of their lives. He knew where each family member was, what they were doing, who they spoke to, and what they ate. It seemed this control gave him a sense of power and satisfaction. Elisa, more than anyone else, bore the brunt of this environment. She was constantly criticized, emotionally pressured, and blamed for everything that went wrong in Trevor's life. After 15 years of marriage, Elisa finally told Trevor she wanted a divorce. She said she couldn't continue living under such oppressive conditions. His reaction was immediate and cruel. He slapped her across the face, hurled insults, and told her she was worthless, that no one would want her as a single mom. From that moment, the household rules became even more restrictive. Around the same time, Trevor came under police investigation for financial misconduct and was placed under house arrest. Being trapped in the house with him became unbearable for Elisa. It was during this time that she realized she could no longer share a home with this person. In October 2016, Elisa found herself once again confined within the walls of their home for 2 full weeks. Trevor didn't allow her to set foot outside. The situation had become extremely dangerous, and he watched her constantly, with no access to the outside world. She had no way to seek help or even alert anyone to her circumstances. Then came a narrow window of opportunity. One day, Trevor, no longer under investigation, left the house for a few hours. During his absence, Elisa managed to find a phone and called emergency services. She reported ongoing mistreatment and said that her husband had been keeping her locked up. The call was cut short when Trevor returned unexpectedly, but authorities had already recorded the address and dispatched officers immediately. Law enforcement arrived at the Summers residence just as Trevor had resumed verbally and emotionally berating his wife. It's important to note that he had learned to avoid leaving visible injuries. His methods were primarily psychological, though he occasionally used physical intimidation. Slaps, pulling her by the hair. His most common form of punishment, however, involved inappropriate personal behavior that was never discussed openly. When the officers showed up at the door, Trevor appeared surprised and hesitant to let them in. Wanting to avoid arrest, he eventually agreed to let Elisa and the children go. He claimed that no one had ever been held against their will and insisted that Elisa was simply an unreliable person who couldn't be trusted. After escaping her controlling husband, Elisa faced a new and immediate problem. She and her sons and daughters had nowhere to go. They left with no belongings and no money. Following the advice of law enforcement, Elisa reached out to a local support service for individuals affected by domestic conflict. There, she and the kids were provided with temporary shelter, meals, and essential supplies. Elisa wasted no time. She began actively searching for a job, and before long her efforts paid off. She was hired by a local company and soon managed to rent a modest but cozy home. Slowly but surely, she and her children started rebuilding their lives in a new environment. Despite facing a number of challenges, they were moving forward and things began to stabilize. At the same time, Elisa filed for divorce, wanting to avoid further conflict and preserve a sense of peace for the sake of her sons and daughters. She chose not to press formal charges against Trevor for his past actions. She hoped the separation could be finalized without hostility. Initially, Trevor tried to contact her repeatedly, urging her to come back, but after some time he seemed to accept the situation and backed off, at least on the surface. It wasn't until 6 months after the separation that Elisa finally began to feel a sense of freedom. For the first time in years, she started to live without constantly looking over her shoulder. She even began to open up to new people, hoping to rebuild her personal life. During this time, she met a man named Jeffrey Matheson, and by the spring of 2017, their friendship had grown into a romantic relationship. Once the divorce was finalized, the former couple agreed on a shared custody arrangement. The sons and daughters would primarily live with Elisa, while Trevor could visit them twice a week and take them for overnight stays on weekends. The arrangement seemed reasonable to everyone involved. While Elisa was not thrilled to interact with Trevor, she didn't object, preferring to keep things calm and civil. Trevor appeared composed, showed no signs of aggression, and successfully lulled Elisa into believing he had moved on. Then, in March 2017, he called her unexpectedly. He asked her to come over to sign a few papers related to their divorce and property division. His tone was polite, and nothing about the request raised suspicion. Elisa drove over to his house. Trevor greeted her at the door and invited her in. As soon as the door closed behind her, his demeanor changed completely. It quickly became clear there were no documents. This was a setup. The whole request had been a ruse to get her to his house alone, without their sons and daughters present. At first, Trevor tried to convince her to reconcile and live together again, but when Elisa firmly refused, he became threatening. He accused her of betrayal, hurled insults, and refused to let her leave. He demanded she admit to things that never happened, fixating on imaginary wrongs. When Elisa attempted to walk away, Trevor grabbed a large hunting knife, the kind used for field dressing game, and held it to her throat, then lowered it to her chest and said he would take her heart out. Elisa was frozen in fear. Trevor, meanwhile, seemed to take disturbing pleasure in the situation, describing in detail what he wanted to do next. Trevor held his ex-wife captive for nearly 2 hours, hours that felt like an eternity to Elisa. The entire time she pleaded with him to stop and think clearly, reminding him that if he hurt her, he'd end up in prison and their sons and daughters would be left without either parent. She begged him not to make them orphans. Surprisingly, her words seemed to have an effect. Trevor paused, thought it over, and ultimately decided to let her go. But before he did, he made Elisa promise she would never tell anyone what had happened. She gave her word. However, the moment she was far enough from the house, she contacted law enforcement and reported the threats and aggression. Trevor was arrested that same evening. Still, he denied everything, calling Elisa a habitual liar and accusing her of betrayal and manipulation. There were no visible marks on her body. Her clothing remained intact, and without physical evidence, it was hard to prove the assault had taken place. It became a case of her word against his. With no hard evidence, Trevor was released, though both he and Elisa filed for mutual restraining orders. After the incident, Trevor shifted his focus to the children. He began trying to manipulate them emotionally, insisting that Elisa was the only reason the family had fallen apart. Every time he saw them, He talked about how much he missed their mom and wished things could go back to how they were. He took them to places the family used to visit on vacations or weekends, trying to rekindle old memories and create a sense of longing. The kids, young and emotionally vulnerable, believed their father wanted what was best for everyone. They saw him as kind and well-intentioned. The one most affected was the eldest daughter, Arden, who had always idolized Trevor and saw him as a flawless parent. Trevor counted on her loyalty and made her the centerpiece of his plan. It's important to note that the children had never been subjected to harsh behavior from Trevor. Because of this, they didn't recognize the risk he posed. Elisa, trying to protect their mental health, had never spoken poorly of their father, fearing emotional harm or confusion. That silence made it easier for Trevor to manipulate them. At his request, the kids began keeping tabs on their mother, watching her, reporting back about daily routines, and sharing what she said or did. Working with Arden, Trevor started developing a plan, not for reconciliation as he claimed, but for revenge. On Saturday, March 11, 2017, Trevor picked up the younger kids for their scheduled weekend stay, but later that night, he returned to Elisa's house with the car lights off and parked on the side of the home. He waited patiently for a signal from Arden, who was supposed to crack open Elisa's bedroom window and let him know when she and the middle kids had gone to bed. Once he saw the agreed signal, Trevor told the younger ones to stay quiet in the car, saying he was about to surprise their mom. Then he slipped into the house through the unlocked window. In the dark, he ambushed Elisa. He dragged her out to the living room, took her phone, and used a cable tie to bind her wrists. When the frightened children followed after them, Trevor told them to go back to their room and assured them everything would be okay. After restraining Elisa, Trevor turned to Arden, his 14-year-old daughter, and instructed her to take her siblings and drive them to his house using his vehicle. Although Arden didn't have a driver's license yet, Trevor insisted it was necessary and told her she could handle it. He reassured her that he and her mom would follow shortly in Elisa's SUV and that from that night on, their family would be back together. Once the car with the younger kids pulled away, Trevor returned to Elisa to subject her to hours of unimaginable suffering. He injected her with a sedative he had prepared in advance, aiming to weaken her resistance. When the drug took effect, he dragged her into the bedroom, restrained her to the bed, and committed a disturbing act of aggression.
Elisa drifted in and out of consciousness, but Trevor deliberately kept her alert, ensuring she was aware of everything happening while she lay helpless. He began speaking about having large sums of money in offshore accounts and claimed he had purchased a yacht. His supposed plan was to take her and the children away to a remote location where no one would ever find them. He told her the family belonged to him and that he wasn't letting anyone go. Meanwhile, Arden had managed to drive safely to her father's house with her brothers and sisters. Fortunately, it was late at night and the roads were empty, which helped the young teen avoid any accidents. She parked in the driveway and the kids went inside, waiting for their parents, who never showed up.
Around 5 p.m., Trevor began suffocating Elisa with a pillow, tightening it around her face, then briefly letting go so she could catch her breath, only to start again. This terrifying pattern continued for about 30 minutes until Elisa, physically and emotionally broken, agreed to comply with whatever he demanded. He then untied her, placed her in the car, and drove off down a quiet road leading out of town. At about 6 a.m., a car pulled into the parking lot of a small 24-hour convenience store on the outskirts of the city. A man exited the vehicle and walked into the store. Just minutes later, a barefoot, partially clothed woman with her hands bound managed to escape from the passenger seat. She ran toward an employee who was standing outside, begging for help. Suddenly, the man came rushing back out of the store, grabbed Elisa mid-run, and forced her back into the car. The vehicle sped off before the stunned witness could react, but he had seen enough to understand that he had just witnessed an abduction. Thankfully, he managed to remember the make, color, and even the license plate number of the vehicle and quickly provided that information to authorities. Law enforcement tracked the car owner using the license plate. What they discovered raised immediate concern. The name was linked to an active restraining order, a volatile divorce, and reports of controlling behavior. The top priority became locating the couple's sons and daughters to ensure their safety. They were found at Trevor's home, but none of them knew where their parents were or what was happening. They were confused and had no understanding of the terrifying events unfolding elsewhere. The young witnesses were interviewed one by one with care, and what they revealed painted a disturbing picture of life inside the Summers household. The sons and daughters hadn't realized the severity of what had been happening around them. They were never on the receiving end of their father's actions, so his controlling behavior and mistreatment of their mother seemed like just a regular part of life. But the details they shared made it clear Elisa was in danger and had to be found as soon as possible. At that point, Trevor and his hostage were already far from the city, heading toward an isolated area near the coastline. He stopped at a small hotel they had once visited as a family. Lost in memories for a moment, his demeanor suddenly shifted. Trevor said he had figured out a solution. He pulled out a notebook and pen and began writing what appeared to be a farewell letter. Then, dissatisfied, he tore out the page, crumpled it, and started over. This continued for hours. Elisa realized that he was planning to end her life and then his own, using the letter to explain it all to their sons and daughters. After Elisa's failed escape attempt in the supermarket parking lot, surveillance cameras had caught glimpses of their car, helping authorities narrow down the direction they were heading. The search lasted 55 hours. During that time, Trevor wrote multiple farewell notes and used a razor blade to cut Elisa's wrist in an attempt to make it look like she had harmed herself voluntarily. Eventually, Trevor brought her to Little Harbor, a coastal resort town. There, he once again violated her and told her they would soon be leaving the world together. He put a makeshift cord around Elisa's neck and began strangling her. But just then, the sound of sirens echoed nearby. Trevor let go and bolted for the car, flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to flee, only to drive straight into the path of a police cruiser. Realizing he had no way out, Trevor grabbed the razor and tried to harm himself, managing only superficial cuts. Fortunately, officers arrived just in time. They disarmed him, pulled him from the vehicle, and rescued Elisa. Both were transported to the hospital for emergency medical attention. Following his arrest, Trevor denied all wrongdoing. He claimed Elisa had voluntarily gone with him and even alleged that she had asked him to tie her up, choke her, and engage in violent behavior, framing it as part of some shared interest in danger and control. Unsurprisingly, no one believed him. Prosecutors filed 11 charges against him, including abduction, assault, and attempted murder. The legal process dragged on, and with the onset of the pandemic in 2020, the trial was delayed indefinitely. Fortunately, Trevor was denied bail and remained behind bars, where he stayed for nearly 5 years awaiting trial. During that time, Elisa found a new beginning. She married her partner, Jeffrey Matheson, who stepped in to help raise her sons and daughters as his own. Despite Trevor and his attorney's efforts to convince the court of his innocence, the evidence overwhelmingly told a different story. Among the most damning items were the numerous farewell notes discovered in the vehicle, testimony from the eyewitness who saw the attempted escape, the makeshift ligature used to strangle Elisa, and the bloodied razor blade found at the scene. In the spring of 2022, Trevor Summers was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. The testimony that proved most crucial in reaching a guilty verdict came from his own sons and daughters, who bravely shared what they witnessed during that horrifying ordeal. For the first time, they fully understood just how close their mother had come to losing her life. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.